Hey guys, well, I'm fixing to continue on where we left off last time. So let me just share my screen as we're continuing this Jewish Life of Christ thing. So my test is next week, but I'm going to try to do it tonight because I have a eschatology debate on premillennialism versus amillennialism next Saturday. So as a reminder, we're using Dr. Furtenbaum's Jewish Life of Messiah, Yeshua. This it's 3 volumes. If you want to see how this material is applied to a church setting or whatever, you can go to Tacoma Grace Bible Church or either at org or on YouTube. And you can also go to Dr. Dean, go to Dean Bible Org Ministries, and type Bible studies, and under Bible studies extension classes, and you'll see the Jewish Life of Christ. Here's the ones that we've already done, and I think we're in this section right here, the official presentation of the King, and so this looks like what we're picking up, and I'll orient us to this, but we're going to be talking about the arrival in Bethany. Now we also use the Ariel's Harmony of the Gospels. So here's the structure for that, which follows the same structure we're using. So if you want to look at it like this, the section that we're zooming in on, the official presentation of the King, I'll tell you what, let me show y'all the main divisions before I show y'all that. So the main divisions that we're dealing with so far have been introductory material, introduction of the King, authentication of the King, the controversy of the King, the training of the 12 by the King, the opposition to the King, the preparation of the disciples by the King, and the official presentation of the King. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go into here. We're going to talk about the arrival in Bethany, the triumphal entry, the authority of the King, which relates to the cursing of the fig tree, the possession of the temple, the invitation by the King, the invitation, John's summary of Messiah's ministry, summary of Israel, summary of Jesus, the proof of authority, and then we're going into the authority of the King challenge, the testing of the Lamb by priests and elders, which is going to give the attack and Jesus's answer to them, by the parable of the 2 sons, by the parable of the householder, by the parable of the wedding. And then when the Pharisees and Herodians attack, he's going to give his answer. Sadducees, same thing. Pharisees, same thing. And then you have the challenge by the King. So this is where Jesus is offering the challenge. And then you have the judgment by the King. And then it's going to be to the disciples and multitudes, to the Pharisees. And there's going to be a lamentation here. And then an instruction at the treasury. Okay? There's more that could be said, but that's enough to get us going. Now these colors are not the same as here. This is the ideal way that I would like to color it, but somehow I got messed up in it, but we'll ride with what we got. Okay, so as before, we will go over the PowerPoint, and then we'll actually read the transcript for this. I'm getting a drink of coffee. The official presentation of the King. So the arrival in Bethany occurs on the 8th Nisan Friday, which he says is March 31st, AD 30. Okay? It says that the triumphal entry occurred on the 10th of Nisan, which is April 2nd, AD 30. And the authority of the King, when he starts talking about that related to the fig tree, that's on the 11th of Nisan, Monday, April 3rd, AD 30. Okay? And whenever he cleanses the temple, possession of the temple, as it says, that's also 11th Nisan, Monday, April 30. And then we go into the invitation by the King. The invitation. So let's talk about this real quick. So his death will provide life. So supposedly when we read about this invitation, we will see this. His death will provide life. Hey, Franco. Yeah, I went to bed early last night because I worked, that turnaround shift where I work, Monday through Thursday, I work 10 till 7:30, but don't get home till 8. And so what that means is that I have to turn around and go into work at 5:30 on Friday morning, and so that's why a lot of times I'm tired on Fridays. But I did do a stream before I went to sleep last night, so that was good. All right, so his death will provide life. By his death, he will judge the world. By his death, he will defeat Satan. After his death, the Gentiles may come to him. Okay? Now, I don't think this is a statement about salvation, because Gentiles have always been able to be saved. This is recognizing him specifically as Messiah. Okay, so going in more detail, the official presentation of the king. The arrival in Bethany, 8th Nisan, Friday, March 31st, AD 30. Bethany is located in the lower eastern slopes of the Mountain of Olives. From Mount of Olives to Jerusalem, you go through Bethphage. Since Lazarus was resurrected, the people wanted to put him to death. The leaders wanted to put him to death. And so what's happening is now the masses are starting to call for his death. So it's filtering down to the masses. That's something new in the storyline. This is the fourth Passover that Jesus kept since his public ministry. So this shows that he had 3 years of actual active ministry. He doesn't count the time of his baptism. I can't remember why. But I always say his baptism was the beginning of his public ministry. But there's like a 6 months gap or something like that. I can't remember how that's all done. Maybe when we get to the transcript, we'll see that. So John is using exact time element markers. So it says 6 days before the Passover, that they might see Lazarus also, right? Because they wanted to kill him. It happened on the 4th day. When Lazarus was resurrected, it happened on the 4th day, in which in rabbinic theology, this meant that only the Messiah could bring about the resurrection, because nobody else could resurrect or resuscitate somebody after the 4th day, because they believed that the spirit hovered around the body for 3 days. So as a result of this, the resurrection of Lazarus, many believed on Jesus. So then we go into the triumphal entry, the 10th of Nisan, April 2nd, AD 30, according to this. The Passover lamb was to be set aside from the 10th to the 14th day. Okay? The lamb would be tested to make sure it was without spot and blemish. All right, so this is what's happening to Jesus, why he's going to be tested by all these leaders and stuff during this time. What Fruitenbaum is saying here, this is not a reoffer of the Messianic kingdom, because the triumphal entry is not where the leaders are accepting them. These are the masses crying out Hosanna. And he brings words of judgment during this time. So whenever they go to Bethphage, they find a colt and that hadn't been ridden on, and say the Lord had need of them. In other words, this colt didn't buck. You know, if you try to ride something that's never been ridden before, they're going to buck against it. But the animal submitted. Lord have need of them. What's interesting is whenever they're doing this triumphal entry, they're using pine branches. But pine branches are supposed to be used at the time of the Feast of Tabernacles, not at Passover. So essentially what the people are doing is what Peter was doing earlier at the Transfiguration, is they are wanting to celebrate the Feast of Booth or Feast of Tabernacles, but it's the Passover. And the significance of that is they wanted the kingdom to come, like Zechariah 14 talks about, and that's when the Feast of Tabernacles is kept. And even though Christ is God in the flesh, dwelling with him, tabernacling with man, the reality is that he's going to the cross. And so that's more tied to the Passover idea. So they're given Hosanna prayers or Hoshana prayers The Greeks don't say the sh, if I remember right. So that's why people say Hosanna prayers. And these are prayers that you pray at the Feast of Tabernacles, not at Passover. So as I said, they're kind of acting just like Peter did at the Transfiguration. And I don't blame them. I would have done the same thing. The thing is that Hosanna is blessed is he comes in the name of the Lord. That's the official Messianic greeting that Israel has to call on the Lord for him to return. Okay? So here we are in this section. This is the setting aside of the Passover Lamb of God. Jesus is the Passover. So the Lamb undergoes a time of testing. Now what's interesting in 2 Maccabees 10:7, 1 Maccabees 13:51, these extra biblical texts that are important for understanding history during that time, they had said these offers at this time, or whenever the people, I'm sorry, they had done Hosanna. You know what? Let's actually pull up the passage. 2 Maccabees 10:7. I'm trying to think of my fastest way here. Well, we got some new tools in here. Let's see here. Personal study. Pick off where I left off. Let's try personal study. What passage? 2 Maccabees 10:17. Is that what I said? 10:7. Uh-oh. Look, all this stuff's popping up. I haven't even used their new layouts. I'm so used to everything being in large font. You know, I got to figure this out. But all right, so let me just do this. Open in a floating window. There we go. 10:7. Therefore, carrying ivory wreath wands and beautiful branches and also fronds of palm, they offered hymns of thanksgiving to them who had given success to the purifying of his own holy place. All right. And so we look back in the context of what's going on here. Purification of the temple. Now Maccabeus and his followers, the Lord leading them on, recovered the temple and the city. They tore down the altars that had been built in the public square by the foreigners and also destroyed the sacred precincts. They purified the sanctuary and made another altar of sacrifice. Then striking fire out of flint, they offered sacrifice after a lapse of 2 years, and they offered incense and lighted lamps and set up the bread of the presence. When they had done this, they fell prostrate and implored the Lord that they might never again fall into such misfortunes, but that if they should ever sin, they might be disciplined by him with forbearance and not be handed over to blasphemous and barbarous nations. It happened that on the same day on which the sanctuary had been profaned by the foreigners, the purification of the sanctuary took place. That is on the 25th day of the same month, which was Chislev. They celebrated for 8 days with rejoicing, in manner of the festival of the booths. So that's the context, right? The festivals of the booth. And the waving of the palm branches. So that's one time it happened. Another time, 1 Maccabees 13:51. Okay. On the 23rd day of the second month, in the 171st year, the Jews entered in with praise and palm branches, and with harps and cymbals and stringed instruments, and with hymns and songs, because a great enemy had been crushed and removed from Israel. Simon decreed that every year they should celebrate this day with rejoicing. Let's see. Simon to make peace with them. All right. So anyway, you can see where these had happened twice before. With Judas Maccabees and Simon Maccabees, but there was no conquest mentioned in either one of those examples. Okay. So remember when people, they were like, hey, make the people be silent, and he said that if I did, even the stones would cry out. Hey, God the Son, Jesus Christ saves. So the stones crying out would be a verbal testimony to his messianic claims. And, you know, in a way that kind of happened in AD 70. You know, the judgment on the temple and all that stuff, which we'll talk a little bit more in detail. It uses the word in this passage that he stirred. So let's go ahead and go back to John here. This was a nice experiment, but I like doing things my way. Maybe what I could do is I can copy their layout and make it more like how I want things to be. So let's go to John 11. Not 1. John 11. Okay, this is after Lazarus, right? We're in 12 now, actually. Mary anoints Jesus. Jesus enters Jerusalem. On the next day, the large crowd who had come to the feast, when they heard that Jesus was coming to Jerusalem, took the branches of the palm trees and went out to meet him, and began to shout, Hosanna! Blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord, even the King of Israel. Jesus, finding a young donkey, sat on it, as it is written, Fear not, daughter of Zion, behold your king is coming, seated on a donkey's coat. These things his disciples did not understand at the first, but when Jesus was glorified, then they remembered that these things were written of him, and that they had done these things to him. I like how John makes a distinction between what they knew at the time and what they knew after the resurrection. So the people who were with him when he called Lazarus out of the tomb and raised him from the dead continued to testify about him. For this reason also the people went and met him, because they had heard that he had performed this sign. So the Pharisees said to one another, You see that you're not doing any good. Look, the world's gone after him. Greeks seek Jesus. It's funny, it says the world, and now the next statement is the Greeks coming. Now there were some Greeks among those who were going up to worship at the feast. Then these came to Philip, who was from Bethsaida of Galilee, and began to ask him, saying, Sir, we wish to see Jesus. Philip came and told Andrew. Andrew and Philip came and told Jesus, and Jesus answered them, saying, The hour has come for the Son of Man to be glorified. Truly, truly, I say to you, it's interesting, it talked about him being glorified earlier at the resurrection, or after the resurrection, and then now this is flashing back. Truly, truly, I say to you, or maybe that was a flash forward, however way you want to put it. Truly, truly, I say to you, unless a grain of wheat falls into the earth and dies, it remains alone. But if it dies, it bears much fruit. So this is what Fruitenbaum was talking about, that he's talking about his death. His death had to occur for life. He who loves his life loses it, and he who hates his life in this world will keep it to life eternal. And I think Jesus is applying the whole idea about this. So Jesus lays down his life. So Jesus loses his physical life so that he can keep it life eternal. And this is not about salvation, guys. This is about rewards, inheritance, quality of life. All right. If anyone serves me, he must follow me, and where I am, there my servant will be also. If anyone serves me, the Father will honor him. And so this is doxa, no timao. Okay. So that you got the honor language being used with the glory language. Now, 12:27. Now my soul has become troubled. All right. Now here's the word trouble. This is what we're talking about. And what shall I say? Father, save me from this hour. But for this purpose, I came to this hour. Father, glorify your name. So what Fruitenbaum says here is that this word means that he was stirred or shaken as an earthquake. All right. So let's go ahead and look at this word trouble. So you see troubled, stirred up, disturbing, terrified, was troubled. Okay. And then later on, the leaders are going to be moved with indignation. So let's keep reading. My soul had been troubled, and what shall I say? Father, save me from this hour. But for this purpose, I came to this hour. So save can mean keep right here. Temporal deliverance even. Father, glorify your name. Then a voice came out of heaven. I have both glorified it and will glorify it again. So the crowd of people who stood by and heard it were saying that it had thundered. Others were saying an angel has spoken to him. Now this is this similar thing happens in the book of Acts too, where there's a thundering issue and voice issue. So keep that in mind if you're ever in Acts. Jesus answered and said, this voice has not come for my sake, but for your sakes. Now what's interesting about voice, phone can refer to sound, noise, or voice. And so some people heard it like thunder, others heard it like a voice. A sound, a noise, and a voice. Now judgment is upon the world. Now the ruler of this world will be cast out. And if I am lifted up from the earth, will draw all men to myself. So the ruler of this world will be cast out. That's interesting. Because the issue about the binding of Satan as I'm coming in to prepare for my premillennial debate may come up. All right. But he was saying this to indicate the kind of death by which he was to die. The crowd then answered him, we have heard out of the law that the Christ is to remain forever. And how can you say the Son of Man must be lifted up? Who is this Son of Man? So lifted up, I don't think they're thinking death right here. I think they're meaning that, okay, you're going to ascend like Elijah did. So who's the Son of Man? Because we know that the Christ is supposed to remain forever. Remain forever in what sense? Probably remain as king. So Jesus said to them, for a little while longer the light is among you. Walk while you have the light. So Jesus is the light, right? Walk while you have the light so that darkness will not overtake you. This ties to the theme of John 1, also John 3, after 3:16, this language is being used. So that darkness would overtake you, and he who walks in the darkness does not know where he's going. So this is the issue about the blindness, which was also brought up in John 9 with the Pharisees. While you have the light, believe in the light, so that you may become sons of the light. These things Jesus spoke, and he went away and hid himself from them. But though he had performed so many signs before them, yet they were not believing in him. So some of them were not believing in him as the Messiah. This was to fulfill the words of Isaiah the prophet, which spoke, Lord, who has believed our report? And to whom has the arm of the Lord been revealed? For this reason they could not believe, for Isaiah again said. Now this is not about salvation, guys. This is about believing that he's the Messiah. Two different issues at this time. He who has blinded their eyes and hardened their hearts so that they would not see with their eyes and perceive with their hearts and be converted, and I heal them. These things Isaiah said because he saw his glory and he spoke of them. Remember all the glory passages that were mentioned earlier. This whole motif is following, and he spoke of him. Nevertheless, many even of the rulers believed in him. So you do have some of the rulers believing in him as Messiah, but because of the Pharisees, they were not confessing him, for fear that they would be put out of the synagogues, just like the man born blind. For they love the approval of men rather than the approval of God. See, that doesn't mean they're not saved. It just means where they were at that time. And Jesus cried out. So we got another word for crying out here. Krazo. Let's look at this word. Call out, cried, shouted, screamed. If you cry out "Crozzle," you sound crazy, right? And Jesus cried out and said, "He who believes in me does not believe in me, but in him who sent me." So whenever you recognize the claims of Messiah, you're actually showing your faith in the Father. He who sees me sees the one who sent me, right? Because he's the representative. I have come as light into the world, so that everyone who believes in me will not remain in darkness. If anyone hears my sayings and does not keep them, I do not judge him, for I did not come to judge the world, but to save the world. So this is about his first coming. He who rejects me and does not receive my sayings has one who judges him. The word I spoke is what will judge him in the last day. For I did not speak on my own initiative, but the Father himself who sent me has given me a commandment as to what to say and what to speak. I know that his commandment is eternal life. Interesting. His commandment is eternal life. Qualitative blessing. Therefore, the things I speak just as the Father had told me. And then we're going to go into the Lord's Supper part. Now we're going to drop back into this. So the leaders were moved with indignation. So I guess what we need to do is we need to pull up the harmony real quick. All right. A couple ways we can do this, but let's just chief divisions. Let's do it that way. So we're under the official presentation of the king. All right. So we just read John 11. Okay. 12:1 and all that. The triumphal entry, we read some of that. Now let me get out of dark mode because it's not going to show up good. Let's try Sepia. Sepia is better. All right. So you got Matthew 21, Mark 11, and Luke 19. And let's reduce the font. It's interesting. The harmony is so long. There's a scroll bar. Oh, I messed up. There must be page width, brightness, alignment. Seems like no matter what I do, there's going to be a part that cuts over. Unless, what is this? 2-column mode? No. What's this one do? Auto fit column? Like that either. Not unless I can reduce it. Nah, I don't like that. Okay. So the setting aside of the Passover lamb. We got the Matthew continued, Luke, and then John 12, and the cried out. This is a file that I converted from a PDF. The PDF probably was formatted better, or EPUB book was formatted better. So we do have the original A.T. Robinson harmony, but it's going to be different. And Constable has a harmony as well. We'll pull up A.T. Robinson first. Harmony. I know that there's a way to pull up just harmonies. Harmony of the Gospels. Yeah, I got lots of different harmonies. No Bone Thugs in harmony, at least not in Logos. Why is Robinson so hard to show up? I've had this problem before. ROBERTCON. Is it Robertson? I think that's the issue. Now let me try harmony. There we go. Okay, so here we are, John 12. And we can reduce this view down. All right. So John 12 here, 12:37, then the fig tree. So everything that's being said in this section is from John 12, if we're understanding that correctly. Okay. That simplifies things. So when it says the leaders were moved with indignation, I don't know if this is a reference to a previous passage. I didn't take good notes. He's accepting their claims about him. He's accepting the people's claims that are saying Hosanna or Hoshana. But the thing is that after his ride, there was no kingdom established or erected. Instead, he goes back to the town of Bethany. Okay. Now here's where we go into the section on the authority of the king. The cursing of the fig tree, April 3rd, AD 30. And the issue is that he was looking for fruit on the tree. And in particular, what this is talking about, because it wasn't the fruiting season, is that the buds that are on there are edible. And because there was no buds on there that were edible, this indicated that the tree was going to be fruitless that year. So it also becomes fruitless and therefore falls under a curse. All right. So we're into the curse of the fig tree part. So what we'll do is, let's see how this shows up in here. The cursing of the fig tree. Matthew 21, Mark 11. Yeah, the formatting's too bad on that. That's a shame. I had to find the original document. But, all right. So now we know what we're dealing with here. Let's see if we can make the zoom a little bit. Oh, full screen. Let's try that. Screen. But that makes it small. See, I'm just learning, guys, how to adjust to how things are now in this. Okay, here we go. So we'll just read it in every one of these. But notice he doesn't include John here. Okay. When evening came, they would go out of the city. And as they were passing by in the morning, so this is Mark, they saw the fig tree withered from the roots up. Being reminded, Peter said to him, Rabbi, look, the fig tree which you cursed has withered. And Jesus answered, saying to them, have faith in God. Truly I say to you, whoever says to this mountain, be taken up and cast into the sea, and does not doubt in his heart, but believes that what he says is going to happen, it will be granted him. Therefore I say to you, all things for which you pray and ask, believe that you have received them, and they will be granted you. Whatever you stand praying, forgive if you have anything against anyone, so that your Father who is in heaven will also forgive you your transgressions. Okay? So Matthew's a little bit shorter. Seeing a lone fig tree by the road, he came to it and found nothing on it except leaves only. All right? And he said to it, no longer shall there ever be any fruit from you. And at once the fig tree withered. All right. Seeing this, the disciples were made. How did the fig tree wither all at once? And Jesus answered, said to them, truly I say to you, if you have faith and do not doubt, you will not only do what was done to the fig tree, but even if you say to this mountain, be taken up and cast into the sea, and it will happen. All things you ask in prayer, believing you will receive. And so Luke is even way shorter. Now, during the day, he was teaching in the temple, but at even he would go out and spend the night at the Mount of, it's called Olivet. And all the people would get up early in the morning to come to him in the temple to listen to them. So we see right here, the Synoptic Gospels give more details of the teaching of Jesus on this Tuesday in the temple and on the Mount of Olives than any other single day. He had another busy day in Galilee. All right. Let me back up and see. For 134. Yeah, that doesn't help me. That's a shame. Anyway, so let's go back to our text. So do we have a fig tree in here? I don't remember hearing anything about a fig tree in John 12. So no fig tree in John 12. All right, so he says, from henceforth forever. We can go back now and look at that. Let's see what he says to the fig tree. No longer shall there ever be any fruit from you. All right, so let's pop Matthew 12 open. And so what it says in the Greek is Meketai exu karpos genetai aston ionia kai ex erante parakema he suke. Okay, so right here, may is not. So this is not any longer. It looks like an adverb. No longer from you fruit will be or something. But it's a subjunctive for the ages. So it uses the word for the ages here. Okay. And we see the no longer here. So let's look at how the gloss that he took it from henceforth. That would be the no longer idea. Forever. For the ages. And so before the ages there too. All right. The possession of the temple. He went public 3 years ago by cleansing the temple. 1 second. I just saw my phone flash. Uh-oh. Said that I saw my phone flash. Oh, here it is. Oh, that's just people commenting on YouTube videos. I wanted to make sure it wasn't one of my seminary peers. He was asking questions about one of the papers he's writing. Romans 6. Peer and friend. All right, the possession of the temple. Hey, Christian King. Hey, Kayed. He went public 3 years ago by cleansing the temple. Yeah, at the beginning of his ministry. So he does it again, and he doesn't let anyone pass through. Okay, so let's look at that. This is when he's cleansing the temple, though. Okay, so what he's saying is he doesn't allow anyone to pass through. So let's bring up the harmony on the cleansing of the temple. I was looking at these statements at the top. Anyway. So let's see. Does he cleanse the temple here? He cleansed the temple before the fig tree, I thought. Barren fig tree, second cleansing of the temple. Yes. So here we go. He entered the temple, this is Matthew, or Mark. And he entered, is it Mark? Yeah, Mark. What happened? Did that just move on its own? Oh, Logos. Why y'all change everything? I know we gotta make progress, but dang. Alright. Jesus entered Jerusalem and came into the temple, and after looking around at everything, he left for Bethany with the 12 since it was already late. That's the temple. When he entered Jerusalem, all the city was stirred, saying, "Who is this?" Stirred, okay. And the crowds were saying, "This is the prophet Jesus from Nazareth, Galilee." I'm about to make my own harmony, because this is frustrating me. All right. So which passage is it that he's referring to here? Two invitations, the second possession of the temple. Matthew 21, 12 through 13. Matthew 21, 12 through 13. This prophet, blind man healed. So weird. There's not even a 12. You see that, guys? It goes from 11 to 14 here. You made dinner robbers, house of prayer, dinner robbers. And the chief priests and scribes heard it and saw how they might destroy him for fear, and for all the multitude were astonished at his teachings. All right. This thing about he doesn't let anybody pass through. This is what I wanted to see. And I'm just going to do it the generic way. So we'll pull up Mark separate. All right. And then after we go to the temple part, he entered the temple, began to drive out those who were bullying and selling in temple, and those who were selling doves. And he would not permit anyone to carry merchandise through the temple. Okay, so this is the thing. This is different from the first time that he cleansed out the temple. So let's see if we can go back to the first encounter. Let's go to John 2. There's nothing, according to Fruitenbaum, there's no mention here of him not allowing them to enter to pair. And I thought that was interesting, because what came to my mind, not saying this is the intent of scripture, but what came to my mind is in Revelation. What is it? Revelation 11. Get up and measure the temple of God, the altar, and those who worship in it. Leave out the court which is outside the temple, and do not measure it, for it has been given to the nations, and they will tread underfoot the holy city for 42 months. So it's like he wasn't, at that time, he wasn't giving them access to the temple. I just thought that the parallel. I don't know if there's any significance to it, but that was what was in my mind. Anyway, so he doesn't let anybody pass through. Thing is, he shut down the business ventures of Annas, the high priest, and they want to destroy him. Now, here's what's interesting. When I was reading this, this word destroy keeps showing up. So, and let me show y'all why this word destroy is important. Let's go with John 12. Oh my goodness, it's not there. Where is it then? Mark 11. And that it's not there either. Matthew. I think it is Matthew. It's either Matthew or Luke, because I was thinking about this concerning eschatology as I was studying previously. And I wanted to do a word study real quick, or just a glance at one of them. This is too slow. Let's go with 19. There it is. They were trying to destroy him. So this is what you call it, Apalumi. So watch this, guys. Trying to destroy him means to physically kill him. All right, we know that. Now let's narrow our search. In all passages, let's just make it in the Gospel of Matthew. We'll just keep it in Matthew. All right. We could do it in the Gospels, but let's just do it in Matthew. They were searching out the child to destroy him. Okay. Matthew 5. It is better you to lose one of your members. So lose or destroy. It can be translated either way. Lose. All right. Look at this. Lord, save us, for we are perishing. See that? Matthew 9. That's whenever they were walking on water. I'm sorry. Whenever they were in the boat. Matthew 9. He's talking about the new wineskins and the old wineskins. And he says other wineskins are ruined. So you see that the word can mean destroy, lose, perish, ruined. 10:6. But rather go to the lost sheep at the house of Israel. 10:28. But rather fear him who's able to destroy both soul and body in hell. All right. Will lose, has lost. Look at this one, 10:42. He shall not lose his reward. So he won't come to ruin when it comes to his rewards, as to how they might destroy him. So this is physical death. But they're trying to destroy his ministry, his claims, his reputation, everything. They said he will bring those wretches to a wretched end. So miserable death is how one place translates it. But the king was enraged, and he sent his armies and destroyed those murderers. And then Matthew 26. Put your sword back into place, for all those who take up the sword shall perish by the sword. And then put to death. So here's the point, guys. Let's just do the entire Bible. And let's go to a passage that let's just use John. Let's use Hebrews. They will perish, but you remain, and they will all become old like a garment. Okay. Trying to think of some other examples where Apaluma is being used, where people automatically think that it's talking about hell, and that's not the case. But anyway, I could do this study in the future. But my point is that clearly when it's talking about Jesus, destroy, Apalumi, is referring to physical death. So why don't y'all consider the possibility that destroy in certain passages can refer to physical death or ruin or other things like that than just going to the lake of fire, if it ever means that. So you can see how it's being used there in those places. All right. Hey, Redefine Apologetics. Yeah, about the envy thing. All right, let's see. But fear of his influence among the people keeps him from taking action too quickly right away. So then we go into the section about the invitation by the king. The invitation is in John 12:20-36. And he's saying, Fruitenbaum's saying these were Gentile converts to Judaism. And he says that he makes 4 points here. By his death, he will provide life. By his death, he will judge the world. By his death, he will defeat Satan. Only after his death can Gentiles freely come to him. Remember, I said that's not about salvation. Then they go into the issue Messiah is eternal and cannot die or be born. And then you have a Beth call, which is a voice from heaven, a daughter of the voice, as it is in Hebrew. And it was used at his baptism, it was used at his transfiguration, and it's used now at this point. Promising he has glorified the name of Jesus. That's the Father. Once again, we have the conflict of the light and darkness motif here. Then we go into John's summary of the Messiah's ministry, which is in 12:37 through 50. The summary of Israel is John 37 through 43. So this is the invitation to salvation, focused on the individual, not the nation. And then you have John's summary of the Messiah's ministry. And then the summary of Israel, characterized by the willful disobedience. Miracles for people who are believers are beneficial. But just if you're an unbeliever, you're not necessarily going to believe the gospel just because a miracle happens. They either have blindness or they choose not to make it public what they believe about Christ. Summary of Jesus. It's characterized by willful obedience. So the nation is willful disobedience. Christ is willful obedience. He makes 5 points here. He came to testify the Father, sent by the Father. He is the light, which he says that this focuses on the acceptance results in salvation, and rejection will result in judgment by the Father. Again, you have the conflict of light-darkness motif. And then this section, the proof of authority. They're saying it's on 12th and Nisan, Tuesday, April 4th, AD 30. So he's saying that he's violating Luke's order. You know, Fruchtenbaum assumes Luke's order is chronological strictly, and I don't think it is. But anyway, went out teaching regularly. So the people are teaching regularly at this time. And so I would have to see which passage that's talking about. They're teaching regularly. So this is after the Greeks going to the feasts. The barren fig tree withered. All right, I don't want to mess up the flow. And then the tree had withered. So this is right before that, the withering of the tree. Became hungry. That's the cursing of it. There's the Greeks going out by the city. Look, the fig tree. All right. Oh, here it is right here. Look, guys, in Luke. Now, during the day, he was teaching in the temple. So even though he just went through the triumph entry, cleansed the temple, cursed the fig tree, he's still teaching in the temple. That's interesting. But at evening, he would go out and spend the night at the mount called Olivet. And all the people would get up early in the morning to come to him in the temple to listen to him. So he was teaching up to the last minute of his death almost. Teaching the group, but I mean, he's going to be teaching his disciples privately to the last minute. Okay. The tree has all withered, right? So then he goes in because they're like, man, how did this happen? And he says there's 2 conditions for answered prayer. Number 1, faith in God. And then he says willingness to forgive the brother. I was like, okay, but wait a minute. What's going on in this passage that ties to forgiveness? So I'm going to look back at this and see what I see here. Therefore, I say to you, all things for which you pray and ask, believe that you have received them and they will be granted you. Whenever you stand praying, forgive if you have anything against anyone, so that your Father who's in heaven will forgive you your transgressions. It's interesting that he focuses on forgive here. Now we know on the cross he says, Father, forgive them for not knowing what they do. But he curses the fig tree. He tells them, you can have faith in this, and then he talks about forgiveness. Just interesting that it shifts to that. Okay. Mountain casts. So this is what Fruchtenbaum said, and I never heard this before. This phrase about casting a mountain into a sea was used for different aspects of Jewish logic and Jewish law. Okay. Well, I got his third volume, but I don't have the other volumes in EPUB. So let's just do this. Let's just do a search and see if we can come up with this. Why ain't I in dark mode? Where's dark mode at, guys? Settings? No. Dang it. Leave my stuff alone, Google. I wanted it in dark mode and it's not. Anyway. Mountain casts into the sea used in rabbinic literature. All right, so this says the phrase upward or mountains is used in rabbinic literature to describe a rabbi with exceptional dialectic skill of someone who destroys the temple. The expression moving mountains, Oker Harim, is used to describe rabbis who are able to change the point of view of people who were rigid in their convictions. In the Bible, Jesus used the imagery of casting a mountain to the sea in Mark. It's not to be taken literally. Okay, y'all didn't go into it. Britter up at the mountains. Gregor. I don't see it, guys. But this is pulling from something. We'll try this. Faith to remove mountains. That's in 1 Corinthians. Okay. Anyway, I'll look into that. I've never heard that claim before. So casting the mountain to sea, later on it was being used for different aspects of Jewish logic and Jewish law. So we'll look into that. The king's authority challenged. This is the testing of the lamb section. First, it's going to be by the priests and the elders. And there's different categories of testing here, but to do two things. They want to discredit him, and then they also want to lay a specific charge against him. And so the attack by the priests, and these priests were Sadducees, and the elders were Pharisees. And so they're questioning his authority. And by what authority? You know, it requires, because they are used to having to have previous rabbinic authorization for something. But Jesus, he, spoke with authority on scripture in general and the law in particular without making reference to the rabbis. So his answer responds to the question with a question. So when people tell you don't answer answer my question with a question, say, well, Jesus did it. And so he asked him. He said, is the baptism of John or God or of himself or something? And they didn't want to answer, because if they say it's of God, then they have nothing to object to, because he testified of Jesus. But if they say of himself, then the people are going to be angry at him, and they wouldn't answer Jesus's question. So he said, I'm not going to answer yours either. So that's how Jesus responded to the challenge of authority. Then you have the parable of the two sons. You know what? I got some Dayquil I'm gonna take because my throat is messing with. Hold on. All right, I'm back in the game. The parable of the two sons. 3 parables are going to be presented by Yeshua. And according to Fruitenbaum, he's going to argue that sonship is proven by obedience. And I would agree, experiential sonship. And then he's going to say that they're going to would have easy entry and have authority in the kingdom. So I think what that's talking about is that attitude of entitlement, that they thought, oh, because we're of Abraham, you know. And see, Fruitenbaum's thinking this is about salvation. I don't think so. I think it's related to inheritance. But anyway, the parable of the householder, where the next one he goes into, and he mentions Isaiah 5:1-7. That's the vineyard. God the Father, right? And you have the Jewish leaders once killed the prophets, and now they would kill the Son. The kingdom will now be offered to a future Jewish generation that will accept it. He says that in this parable, there's 3 sets of servants. And he takes it to refer to the pre-exilic prophets, the post-exilic, John and his disciples, and then finally he sends the Son. But he uses the word destroy here, and then using the word for stone. I think this goes back to the Daniel prophecy, but Psalms 118. So we're going to see the connection there when we get to the transcript. But let's go ahead and... Where is he pulling the parables up from? Let's see. The attack. Parable of the two sons. Matthew 21. Right. But what do you think? A man had 2 sons, and he came to the first and said, "Son, go work today in the vineyard." My chair keeps slipping, guys. First it said, "Son, go work today in the vineyard." And he answered, "I will not." But afterward he regretted it and went. The man came to the second and said the same thing, and he answered, "I will, sir," but he did not go. Which of the 2 did the will of the father, will of his father? They said, "The first." Jesus said to them, "Truly I say to you that tax collectors and prostitutes will get into the kingdom of God before you do. For John came to you in the way of righteousness, and you did not believe him. But the tax collectors and prostitutes did believe him, and you, seeing this, did not even feel remorse afterward so as to believe him." So they're rejecting John's message. So it gives a parable of the landowner. Listen to another parable. There was a landowner who planted a vineyard and put a wall around it and dug a wine press in it and built a tower and rented it out to vine growers and went on a journey. Yeah, very similar to Isaiah 5. When the harvest time approached, he sent his slaves to the vine growers to receive his produce. The vine growers took his slaves and beat one, killed another, and stoned a third. So there's the stone idea. Again, he sent another group of slaves larger than the first, and they did the same thing to them. But afterward he sent his son to them, saying, "They will respect my son." But when the vinegrowers saw the son, they said among themselves, "This is the heir. Come, let us kill him and seize his inheritance." See, it's about inheritance. They took him and threw him out of the vineyard and killed him. Therefore, when the owner of the vineyard comes, what will he do to those vine growers? They said to him, "He will bring those wretches to a wretched end, and will rent out the vineyard to other vine growers who will pay in the proceeds at the proper season." Jesus said to them, "Do you never read in the scriptures, the stone which the builders rejected? This became the chief cornerstone. This came about from the Lord, and it is marvelous in their eyes." And it said it's Psalms 18, which is interesting because that's still one of the Hosanna, that passage that is saying on the Song of Ascents or whatever. "Therefore I say to you, the kingdom of God will be taken away from you and given to a people producing the fruit of it." This could be translated as a nation. I think it's referring to a future nation of Israel. "And he who falls on the stone will be broken to pieces, but whoever falls, it will scatter them like dust." That's Daniel 2 imagery. When the chief priests and the Pharisees heard his parables, they understood that he was speaking about them. When they sought to seize him, they feared the people because they considered him to be a prophet. Okay? Then we got the parable of the marriage feast. All right, y'all having fun over there in the chat. And Matthew traces he says that Matthew traces the consequences of the unpardonable sin. And remember, in Fruchtenbaum's view and mine as well, the unpardonable sin is national temporal for the nation of Israel when Jesus is offering the kingdom. And that's whenever they say that he's doing things by the power of Beelzebub. So again, given to a nation, future Jewish generation, will scatter him as dust. So this is decisive and it's a mortal wound. The issue about the nation and the specific group, and that they recognize that the parable was against them. And so the idea is that it's taken away from the Jewish leaders and it's going to be given to faithful remnant in the tribulation, in my view. Then we got the parable of the wedding. Okay, we might as well read the parable of the wedding. I don't think this is about salvation. Jesus spoke to them again in parables, saying, "The kingdom of heaven may be compared to a king who gave wedding feast for his son. And he sent out his slaves to call those who had been invited to the wedding feast, and they were unwilling to come." So that's related to what we was talking about earlier, the unwillingness. "And again he sent out other slaves, saying, Tell those who have been invited, Behold, I have prepared my dinner, my oxen, my fattened livestock, and all butchered, and everything is ready. Come to the wedding feast." But they paid no attention and went their own way, one to his own farm, another to his business. And the rest seized his slaves and mistreated them and killed them. But the king was enraged, and he sent his armies and destroyed again, those murderers, and set their city on fire. Very probably alluding to 70 AD there. Then he said to his slaves, "The wedding is ready, but those who were invited were not worthy." Okay? "Go therefore to the main highways, and many as you can find there, invite to the wedding feast." Those slaves went out into the streets and gathered together all they found, both evil and good, and the wedding hall was filled with dinner guests. But when the king came in to look over the dinner guests, he saw a man there who was not dressed in wedding clothes. And he said to him, "Friend, how did you come in here without wedding clothes?" And the man was speechless. Then the king said to the servants, "Bind him hand and foot, throw him into the outer darkness," or the darkness inside, however outside. "In that place there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth. For many are called, but few are chosen." Like I said, I have a different view of this than Fruchtenbaum, but we'll go through Fruchtenbaum's stuff. "Those who were bidden would not partake of the marriage feast, but others will." So this is a 7-day wedding feast, right? And these people made excuses, but we see that armies will destroy them. The city, related to the Jewish people, leadership or whatever, he says highways would be the Gentiles, and not worthy was referring to that particular generation, or the leadership of that generation. Now what he says here is, he says that the host provides the wedding garment. So there was no excuse for why he didn't have a wedding garment. Now he takes the wedding garment, as most people do, is positional righteousness. I don't necessarily take it like that. So that could affect the understanding of the passage, as well as the issue about the outer darkness versus darkness outside. So we already saw that how the priests and the elders are testing him. Now we're seeing how the Pharisees and the Herodians are testing him. And where the priests and the elders testing him on authority, they're testing him on the issue of politics. And so here's the attack. They say, are you going to give a tribute to Caesar, right? This is where he tells them, go get the coin. Give tribute to Caesar or not? Is it okay? Is it to reject Jehovah's king? To reject? All right, so this is the issue. If he says don't pay tribute to Caesar, then Caesar will be mad at him, right? Or those people. But if the Pharisees would, but if he doesn't say to do that, and says basically that you should only trust the Messiah as king, then he's going to upset them as well. So it's like a double thing going on here, because the Pharisees were willing to work with Rome. The Herodians worked with Rome through the Herod. Okay, so both of them are going at this from a political standpoint. So Jesus' answer, nobody would carry the kind of coin. So he tells them, go fish for the coin, right? Go catch the fish and open it. Now the thing about it is, right here, he tells them, go call for a coin with Caesar. And the thing is, nobody would have a coin with Caesar on it, because they didn't even have them in the money changers temple, because in their view, it was having a graven image. All right. So he calls them together and says, look at the coin. And this relates to delegated authority. But the reality is that the Messiah will replace Caesar anyway. Okay. And then we got the attack about the Sadducees on the issue of the resurrection. We'll see their attack and their answer. I think it goes, let's go ahead and just read the story as it goes together, because I'm struggling a little bit here, guys. Then the Pharisees went and plotted together how they might trap him in what he said. Even though it's Dayquil, it still affects me. And look, guys, just so y'all don't think I'm over here on NyQuil, I got two kinds. I got Dayquil and I got NyQuil. This is Dayquil, and this is generic, daytime, Dollar General. But it still makes me tired. All right. And they sent the disciples to him along with the Herodians, saying, Teacher, we know that you are truthful and teach the way of God in truth and defer to no one, for you are not partial to any. Tell us then, what do you think? Is it lawful to give a poll tax to Caesar or not? But Jesus perceived their malice and said, Why are you testing me, you hypocrites? Show me the coin used for the poll tax. What's interesting, they come to him, what do they say? They're giving him flattery. It's like the good teacher thing of the rich young ruler earlier, or the lawyer. Says, show me the coin used for the poll tax. And they brought him a denarius. And he said to them, whose likeness and inscription is this? And they said to him, Caesar's. Then he said to them, why are all of these things on here? Y'all are really messing up my stuff. Hold on. For notes, formatting, markers, emphasize. What did y'all do to my stuff? Home, content, search, notes, formatting, view, tools. Oh my gosh. I can't even turn my own stuff off. I have to learn how to do that. That ain't cool. So I got to deal with all these little symbols, which are nice, but I don't need him for this. Anyway, I have to learn that. They said him Caesar, then he said to them, then render to Caesar the things that are Caesar's, and to God the things that are God's. And hearing this, they were amazed, and leaving him, they went away. So now here's the Sadducees, right? Hey, MMA Paradise. On that day, some Sadducees, who say there is no resurrection, came to Jesus and questioned him, asking, Teacher, Moses said, if a man dies having no children, his brother as next of kin shall marry his wife and raise up children for his brother. Now there were 7 brothers with us, and the first married and died, and having no children left with his wife to his brother. So also the second, the third, down to the 7th. Last of all, the women died. In the resurrection, therefore, whose wife of the 7 will she be? For they all had married her. But they don't believe in the resurrection, right? But Jesus answered and said to them, you are mistaken, not understanding the scriptures, nor the power of God, which I think is a reference to the resurrection. For in the resurrection, they neither marry nor are given in marriage, but are like angels in heaven. But regarding the resurrection of the dead, have you not read what was spoken to you by God? I am the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob. He is not the God of the dead, but of the living. When the crowds heard this, they were astonished at his teaching. But when the Pharisees heard that Jesus had silenced the Sadducees, they gathered themselves together. So the Sadducees couldn't do nothing. One of them, a lawyer, asked him a question, testing him. Remember, this is all related to the time when the Passover lamb is tested. Teacher, which is the great commandment in the law? And he said to them, you shall love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, with all your mind. This is the great and foremost commandment. And the second is like it. You shall love your neighbor as yourself. Of these 2 commandments depend the whole law and the prophets. Now I want to show y'all something. I guess I could put it right here. And I'm kind of new to this, but let me tell you how God, I don't want to mess this up. What should I do? I'll try. Hopefully I don't mess it up. Okay, so we'll just say we have the Torah, right? And the Torah is a string. Okay? A fine thread. And all the rabbinic writings are like a mountain that is hanging on this thread. Because what happened as time went by is more and more laws, interpretations, judgments were added to it. But it hangs on a thread. Okay, so if we just type in, let's see, Jewish thread mountain hanging by a thread. Let's try that. Mountain hanging by a hair. Okay. And you can see other people that are talking about it. Let's see if I can find it. The Mishnah, edited by Rabbi Isava as mountains hanging by a hair, because its vast legal articulation rests on such a slight scriptural base. The comment is disarmingly candid and wholly accurate. Okay, so just want y'all to know this idea is out there. You could research it, but this is what I'm talking about. Well, what was interesting, and nobody pointed it out to me. Look what Jesus does here. So Jesus is saying that to love God, which is you could go to the 10 Commandments or you could go to Deuteronomy. We'll just say this is Deuteronomy 6:4. and then Leviticus 19:18. Then you would have the 10 Commandments. And then you would have the rest of the Tanakh. The Torah, Nephilim, and Ketuvim. The instruction, the prophets, and the writings. So what Jesus is saying right here is, let's do it like this. You got the we're just gonna call this the Torah. All right. So there's the Deuteronomy and Leviticus passage. Then you got the Tanakh. And then we got Jesus's interpretation. In this passage. So you can see from that standpoint, see the difference is this is all the thread, okay? But the thread widens out itself. And remember, so here's the thread, but the thread is broad. But look at what Jesus says here. I mean, there's more to the thread than I think a lot of people want to recognize, but the rabbis want to add a mountain. But see, he says, of these commandments depend the whole law and the prophets. I think some say hang, rest upon. Oh, 1 second, guys. I'm getting a message from Seminary Pier. All right. So now while the Pharisees were gathered together, Jesus asked them a question. What do you think about the Christ? Whose son is he? They said to him, the son of David. He said to them, then how does David in the spirit call him Lord, saying, the Lord said to my Lord, sit at my right hand until I put my enemies beneath your feet. See, they couldn't answer this question. We can answer this question, but they can't answer this question. Right? So we got Jesus, right? In his humanity, he's a son of David. But in his divinity, I didn't spell that right. He's David's Lord. And of course, that passage is Psalms 110. And I'll show you in the Greek and the Hebrew. View. Okay, so the English, the Lord says to my Lord. Well, you see the Lord, it's all caps. Most translations do that to show that that's Yahweh. Says to my Lord, there's Adonai. Well, right here, you can see it. So I'm going to read it as it is here. It would be Yavah le Adonai. Okay, it's right there. Yavah le Adonai. So you have Yahweh and you have Adonai. But when you look at it in the Septuagint, Tod David Samos. So there's the Psalm of David. Epin hakurias to kuriumu. So hakurias to kuriumu. The Lord said to my Lord. So this is showing you that kurios was used for both Yahweh and Adonai. All right. And so this is an argument for the deity of Christ. Now, of course, the Pharisees, they couldn't understand that at that time. They didn't have the revelation that we have. But what's interesting is in Acts 2, Peter says this. You got to remember where it is. Right here. The Lord said to my Lord, sit at my right hand. And you can see that his whole point of all this, therefore let all the house of Israel know for certain that God has made him both Lord and Christ, this whom you crucified. So this follows that pattern. And so this is a primitive, if you will, argument that Jesus, and he stumps them because they couldn't answer it at that time. And I wouldn't have been able to answer it at that time either. And I don't think y'all would either. All right. So now we could. What do you think about the Christ? Whose son is he? It said he am the son of David. And he said to them, then how does David in the spirit call him Lord, saying, the Lord said to my Lord, sit at my right hand until I put your enemies beneath your feet. And you see kurion is used there. Kurios, the same thing. If David then calls him Lord, how is he his son? No one was able to answer him a word, nor did anyone dare from that day on to ask him another question. So he stumped the Sadducees and he stumped the Pharisees. Okay. So now we're going into the issue of the resurrection. The many are called, few are chosen. I'm not sure why he's bringing up Daniel 12:2 here. Let's go look at that. I know that's about the resurrection. Many of those who sleep in the dust of the ground will awake. So maybe called to awake. These everlasting life, but to others who disgrace and everlasting contempt. Maybe because he's talking about the resurrection, the doctrine of the resurrection. Okay, I got you. Now let's look at Isaiah 26:19. Your dead will live, their corpses will rise. You who lie in the dust, awake and shout for joy. Okay, I see the point. Jesus could have made an argument for the resurrection from those passages. He could have went to Daniel 12 like we do, Isaiah 26, even Job 19, where it talks about your Redeemer lives, right? I think that's what it is. Job 19, 25 and 26. As for me, I know that my Redeemer lives, and at the last he will take his stand on the earth. And even my skin is destroyed. Skin. Let's see what destroyed is there. I'm just curious. Is it Apelumi? Okay. I wish I knew how to turn on sympathetic highlighting. Okay, loose. It's from Luo, but it's not Apalumi that I see. But anyway, yeah, from the flesh us to see God. So these are Old Testament passages that show the truth of the resurrection. Jesus could have quoted those, but he didn't. Instead, he uses a new argument. And this is the new argument. Where is it? He says, you err about the scriptures. He said, I am the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob. He is not the God of the dead, but of the living. So this is basically the argument that I am refers to present. So presently, he didn't say I was. It's kind of like the idea that he's mentioning here. He's not the God of the dead. He's the God of the living. All right. So Jesus, points out three things. There's a transformation of the body. That lady won't be married to anybody, and that this is a reference to unfallen angels in heaven. They don't marry. That doesn't necessarily make a statement about fallen angels or Nephilim or anything like that. Then you got the reference to the Abrahamic covenant. I am the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. God makes a promise to an individual, and the individual dies before the promise is fulfilled. God is obligated to raise that person back to life because every promise of God must be fulfilled. And so this may tie into my pre-meal debate. Fruitenbaum says, if you promise to your firstborn, your first son, I'm going to give a bicycle, but you give it to the second son instead, you haven't fulfilled your promise. You might have gave an extra blessing to that son, but you haven't fulfilled your promise. All right. Abraham knew he is a promise-keeping God. You and to your seed I will give this land. So Fruitenbaum points out that every time he talks to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, he always says that, you and to your seed. So not only to your descendants will I give this land, but to all three men he said, to you and your seed I will give this land. So that means that he has to raise them back to life. And there's passages about fellowship with Abraham that we could talk about, Abraham's bosom and all of that. So God has a living relationship with the patriarchs. The three things that we see going on here, Jesus is given a new interpretation of Exodus 3:6, the I am passage. And the Pharisees are a little bit impressed because they stumped the Sadducees. They even silenced him. But the Pharisees are trying to get at him. And so what happens is the scribe, which is the lawyer, and they're asking the question about the greatest commandment. You know, this is a theological attack. And then his answer that he gave went beyond what they had asked. Mentioned Deuteronomy 6, Leviticus 9:18. And so what Fruitenbaum says here, this is why we shouldn't separate the 10 from the rest of the Mosaic law. Because when Jesus quoted from other things beside the 10 commandments, he quoted Deuteronomy 6 and Leviticus 19. And so this relates to human relationships to God, and other times, you know, human relationships among humanity. Now we go into the challenge by the king. So they have attacked him 4 times. So then he asked the question, who is the Messiah? The father does not call his son Lord, right? In other words, David would not call his son Lord. And now the Pharisees are further silenced. So this period of the Passover lamb now showed him to be a lamb without spot and without blemish. Their attempts to find a basis for execution so far had failed. So think about that. You know, usually when we talk about lamb without spot or blemish, we're thinking, oh, that he was sinless. But in this particular context, the way that he was tested to be proved as spotless or sinless was that they couldn't find him guilty of anything against the law. And of course, you know, the law, the transgression against the law is sin. So it does relate. All right. So now we're going to be going into the judgment of the king, the official presentation of the king. This is where we're going to get more into eschatology. Let me blow this up so y'all could see it a little bit better. I'll look at y'all's comments in a second because that was one session. This is the next session. We're getting quizzed over all this stuff. All right. I'm just looking through the comments. Yeah, I need to drink water. I'm drinking coffee right now. I got to drink the water. Yeah, I better drink some water right now. Hold on. Man, I didn't realize I was dehydrated. I need to drink more water. All right. Let's go, guys. The preparation for the death of the king. My seat, I went lowrider mode. The preparation for the death of the king. So we're going into the prophecies of the king, the historical setting, the three questions, the general characteristics of the church age, the signs of the end of the age, the personal experience of the apostles, the sign of the fall of Jerusalem, the great tribulation, the first half, the second coming, the regathering to Israel, and then we have an exhortation. Then we got the parable of the fig tree, the rapture. He thinks the rapture is in Matthew 24. I don't. 13, parable urging watchfulness, readiness, and labor. So this is going to go into the parable of the porter, the parable of the master of the house, the parable of the faithful servant and the evil servant, the parable of the 10 virgins, the parable of the talents, the judgment of the Gentiles, and then a Luke summary. Okay. So here we go. Judgment by the king. So this is where Jesus is going to be denouncing Israel. In Matthew 23, you have the most detailed of the three accounts for this. And Matthew's focusing on tracing the consequences of the pardonable sin more so than Mark. So the scribes and Pharisees are involved here. This is during the Passover time, and it ends at a Passover time. So Jesus' ministry began at a Passover time. I think that's what he's saying, and it ends at a Passover time. So this is Tuesday of the last week. There's three broad divisions for this, where he's addressing the disciples and the multitudes, where he's addressing the Pharisees, and then when he's giving a lamentation. Yeshua points out 5 things about the Pharisees. The true nature of Pharisaism is hypocrisy. Okay? He says Moses sits in the seat of the synagogue of Chorazin. Now this is interesting because I always understood this passage to mean, look, the Pharisees are hypocrites. Do what they say, not as they do. But there's more involved here, okay? This is not necessarily talking about their interpretation of things. What Moses' seat is a seat of judgment. So let me just, I think I could show y'all this through Google. So this right here, this is Moses' seat. You can find examples of it. Don't look very comfortable, you know, and maybe that's why they were so uptight. You can see different people always make it say, so you can research that if you want. But it's in Chorazin. Well, if the rabbis would tell you to quit, so this is what people have done. And like, well, whenever the Pharisees say, hey, listen to what I say, not as I do. And so whenever they try to say, you need to listen to the rabbis. They say, well, if the rabbis tell you to quit believing in Jesus, so this is to Messianic Jews, what do you do then? And they can't reply, right? They couldn't do that. So that shows that the ultimate authority is Jesus. So, for example, even with the Catholics, right? They can go with sacred tradition all they want or say that, but if it goes against Jesus, if their church teachers say don't believe in Jesus, what do they got to do? They got to go with Jesus. So it has its limits. What's interesting is that Moses' seat deals with the application of case law. So when decisions couldn't be made, the final decision, like if a lawsuit or something civil, that's what Moses' seat was for. So it doesn't refer to religious practices. And recently, the Black Hebrew Israelites have been using this passage to say, even though they're hypocritical, you know, you should still listen to them. But what are you talking about? They're interpreting passages concerning religious practice. They're not making judgments on civil matters, you know. But anyway, so the Pharisees are guilty of making the Mishnah, the oral law, a burden on others while they find a way to get around it themselves. They are self-seeking and they're righteous, self-righteous. So the things that it's mentioning against Pharisees, it's supposed to be 5 things. Pharisaism is hypocrisy. They're guilty of making it a burden so they can get around it. They're self-seeking and self-righteous. They're not being motivated to obey these laws based on a love of God. They're looking to be seen by men, and they're left-handed if they're right-handed. I can't remember what that's about. I can't remember that. Maybe it'll come up in the transcript. So you got Deuteronomy 6:8, right? Oh, this is about the phylacteries. That if you were left-handed, you would put them on your right hand. The phylacteries, that you would tie on your head and on your arm based on Deuteronomy 6:8 and Exodus 12 and Deuteronomy 6:5-9 and Deuteronomy 11. The thing is, it's not bad to have phylacteries. The thing is they were making them unusually large, okay? And the same thing with the tassels, which are mentioned in Deuteronomy 22:12, that Orthodox Jews wear. So let's go do something real quick. Let's show phylacteries. See how visible these are? Very visible. I mean, why do you gotta have them wrapped up like you're a superhero? And maybe the binding is biblical too. I don't know as far as the specifics of it. Here's the one on the head and things like this, but they're very visible. And then let's do Jewish tassels. So that's how the Jews do things, right? Here's the tassels. And the tassels are fringes, tzitzit. Here, let's look up that word. So black Hebrew Israelites, if you say, oh, you might be an Israelite, they'll say, do you keep the law? Do you wear these tzitzits? So let's go to images. So you can see they're very subtle. Not a lot. Look, they got a few of them right here. These are soldiers with them on there. Right? That's not very bad. Some of it's visible. Now watch this. I don't even know what's going to come up. But let me type in black Hebrew Israelite next to that and see what happens. So long flowing robes, you got that going on there, right? It's like YouTube is scared to show me what I want to see. I mean, not YouTube, Google. So let me just show y'all pictures of black Hebrew Israelites. Y'all know what they look like, but just look. Images. So some of them got regular shirts, looking like Grape Street over here. And you got others that look like they're more wearing Middle Eastern stuff, all of this. You got different forms of it. Here's the robes, different ones. Some of them look like they're from Mad Max. They're Sakari. So what I think's happened is, the Jews were already tripping, but the black Hebrew Israelites who are claiming to be Jews took it to a whole nother extreme. And they have gone all out. Now watch this, guys. Have y'all ever wondered why? And I learned this in consumer, what was it called? Consumer sociology or something. Have you ever wondered why a truck says 4x4 on the outside? Because you have a concept called conspicuous consumption. Conspicuous consumption is the practice of buying and using goods or service in a way that displays one's wealth and social status. The purchase of goods or services that are more expensive or higher quality. And so you can have different examples of this. This is why certain tags or images that could be mentioned, 4x4, stuff like that's written on a truck that's not necessary, But basically what you're telling a person is, hey, I got the fully loaded version of all of this. And that seems like the attitude that you're dealing with here, is this conspicuous consumption. People want to do things to be seen as a status symbol. Okay, you could say Minnie Pearl with her tag on her hat. That was a statement, but it could be a symbol too. But anyway, let's get back to this. Oh yeah, God the Son, Jesus Christ saves. Yeah, it's pretty wild. All right. So they're desirous of exalted titles. So let me get these 5 things, because every time there's a list, it's going to be on my test. The true nature of Pharisaism is hypocrisy. They're guilty of making the mission a burden to others to find ways to get around it. They're self-seeking and self-righteous. They're desirous of exalted titles. Like one guy, Deacon Hakah, changed his name from deacon to priest. You know, they got these different titles. They were desirous of the exalted titles. A title is... And this was interesting what Fruit Bomb says here. It's not the title itself that's the problem. The thing is that whenever someone holds a title, it shows that they have a lot of authority over a disciple. And like when you're dealing with these militant people, that's what happens. Is like the captain, you know, they treat it like military rank and stuff. And so it conveys submission. That's the problem with the titles. A title authority over a disciple. The rabbi was supposed to be the most important person in your life. Now that's great if you're talking about Jesus, but that's bad if you're talking about any other human. Right? It's hot here. It's only 70. Oh man. All right. They say that if you had a choice between having to ransom a rabbi and your parents, you had to pick the rabbi. And Jesus was challenging these tendencies by, you know, giving the opposite. So the other thing is they're guilty of prostituting their religion. And what this is talking about is they're showing their covetousness, because what they would do is before they would foreclose on the home of a widow, they would pray before they do it. So they would make the widow homeless, but they would pray about it to try to absolve themselves of it. Or God wills it. Like they were in the to the Pharisees. Then he starts giving 7 woes upon the Pharisees. The first woe and then the 7th woe would deal with the same sin, according to this. The first woe is for their rejecting his messianic claims, and they also lead the nation to reject him as well. The second woe is for turning the proselytes into far worse legalists. The third woe for switching priorities, giving the priority of the consecrated and not to the consecrator. And this is where he's talking about they're swearing by the gold of the temple. And the only reason the gold in the temple is what it is because where it's placed. And whenever they swear by the sacrifice of the temple, the only reason the sacrifice is good is because where it's placed. The fourth woe, for camping on the minor points of law while ignoring the major points of the law. So they would say you would tithe on the smallest seeds that are mentioned, but yet you don't give focus onto weightier matters like judgment, mercy, and faith. The fifth woe, for having more concern for the external demands of the law, ignoring the internal demands of the law. This is where he's talking about them washing the outside of the cup. And he calls them blind 5 times there. The sixth woe, for hypocrisy. Outward they appear to be very religious, but inwardly they're corrupt. He calls them whitewashed sepulchres. This was interesting. I found out what was the issue about the whitewash. You know, I understand whitewash, you know, when something is peeling or whatever, it needs to get painted. I first learned about whitewashing by reading, I think it was it Tom Sawyer, Huckleberry Finn, something Mark Twain. It was talking about whitewashing the fence, paint the fence, if you want to go Miyagi. But the reason that they would paint the graves is so that a Levite wouldn't accidentally walk on a grave. So that's why they did that. So this is like step on a crack, break your mama's back. But this was, they didn't want to be unclean. So that's why the whole purpose is. So you put a fresh coat of paint on a grave, but in it, it's still got decaying dead people, Get a drink. The seventh woe. This generation will be now held accountable not only for rejecting his messiahship, but also for all the blood of all the Old Testament prophets. The Old Testament canon has been closed for over 4 centuries. The whole body of revealed written truth was from Abel, Genesis, to Zechariah, 2 Chronicles. So in the Jewish order of the canon, A to Z, Zechariah was the one that was last. And to reject his messiahship automatically means to reject the Old Testament prophets. Zechariah found. I don't know what I was saying there about Zechariah found. So he's talking to this generation and he's lamenting about it. And he also summarizes his 3-year ministry of Israel at this point. So there's a precondition for the second coming. The second coming does have one precondition. He will not come back until the Jewish people ask him to. The official messianic greeting is, "Blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord." But the rapture has no preconditions at all. It can happen at any moment in time. Okay? So Satan uses Jewish anti-Semitism in an attempt to destroy the Jews before Yeshua was returned. Because if he can destroy the Jews, then this prophecy can never be fulfilled. That's the argument he's saying. All right? Until the whole nation comes to faith, there will be no second coming. There's 3 important things about this related to Semitism and why Satan does it. This is what Fruitenbaum said. 95% of all persecution of the Jews were in Jesus' name. The church is stained with their blood, that idea. From the Jewish, of Jesus, of Jewish and church history. Okay? Yeah, that's the issue is that when you're ministering to them, you got to deal with how Jesus is Jewish versus, what's going on in history. All right, so the rapture has no preconditions at all. It can happen at any moment in time. Instructions at the treasury. So this is where the widow puts in her mite, I think. So basically, these are like offering boxes that were either the temple or the people. What was more important, either the temple or the people? The people, right? The thing is that whenever the other people were given, it wasn't really hurting their ability to give. So the widow's mite is showing you the difference between externalism versus internalism. The reason the widow was able to give all that she had is because she was internally righteous, not just externally willing to pay all that she had. So then we get into the next section, the preparation of the death of the king. So this has both near prophecies and distant prophecies, according to Dr. Fruitenbaum. This section that we're going to go into right now, Fruitenbaum says that he takes 5 full sessions in that. So keep that in mind. What we're going to go through right now would be about 5 sessions. So it's going to be compressed. And honestly, some of it is still confusing. I would rather read the section in Footsteps of the Messiah. But I'm getting quizzed over this. So I got to get this done. So what would be the circumstances for setting up of the kingdom? The prophecies of the king. So the historical setting, there's going to be 14 subdivisions for this. Okay. And so I want to see if I could, let me think. I wonder if he divides it in 14 subdivisions in Footsteps of Messiah. I don't think he does. All right, so we're going to go in a little bit of background. Hey, Jacob. So the historical setting is in Matthew's account. In the year 20 BC, that's when the Herod's temple was started being constructed, right? And it wasn't finished until AD 64. So check that out, guys. The temple didn't get finished until AD 64. It was destroyed in AD 70, almost 7 years, right? But what's so cool about this is that the book of Hebrews was written probably in 66 AD. So right after the temple is finished, the book of Hebrews slams them for why y'all don't need a temple. It was almost like God allowed Israel to do their best on the temple in their own disobedience or whatever, and then he's going to judge it. It's kind of interesting. So 6 years later, it'd be destroyed by the Romans. Watch how it gets destroyed, because this relates, I think, to Hebrews 10. Someone threw a torch inside, okay, and that's what caused the fire. And what happened is the gold inside the temple melted. And the gold inside the temple melted so much that it started fusing to the stones. So in order to get to the gold, what they did was they started removing every stone to get to the gold. So that's one argument for the idea about this not one stone will be upon another was 70 AD. So check this out. The Western Wall or the Wailing Wall was not the wall of the temple building. It was the compound wall that surrounded the temple compound. The prophecy is applied only to the buildings and not to the outer wall. I think that relates to the Revelations 11 thing. So when people think, oh, well, the Wailing Wall is still there, so therefore the prophecy hasn't been fulfilled. No, it's referring to the temple compound. 3 questions are brought up. 3 questions on the part of the disciples. Okay, and there's actually 4 disciples that are asking this in one particular gospel. So this is sort of like 3 requests for signs. Now, if I was preparing for a debate on or an exposition on Matthew 24, I would be considering other things besides this, but I'm being quizzed over this. You know, and not even everybody agrees with Dr. Fruitenbaum in my seminary, but people respect them, you know. So in the future, I could do some of that. Maybe that's what I'm talking about. God the Son, Jesus Christ saves. Is that whenever it melted, it done that. I don't know. I don't know if that's the same thing or something different. Okay, let me get a drink of water. Supposedly the temple was very shiny. All right. Tell us, what shall these things be? So Fruitenbaum is saying the antecedent of these things is the prophecy of verse 1 and 2, the destruction of Jerusalem. So let's go back to our harmony real quick. All right, here we are. So as he was going out of the temple, one of his disciples said to him, "Teacher, behold, what wonderful stones and what wonderful buildings." So you see the focus is on the building right here. Why do y'all do that? I wanted to highlight it. I don't want to make a note. Oh my goodness, what have y'all done? You see what happened? I wanted to highlight one sentence and all of it highlighted. That's insane. I got to figure this out. Guess I won't be doing any highlighting right now. Why are y'all messing with my stuff? As he was going out in the temple, one of the disciples said, here, let's do this. Let's just make an observation sheet. So we can pick up on similarities. And I'm not going to be extensive, just going to do a little bit here. All right. I could do highlighting here. I don't really like the highlighting though. I'll just do the online. As he was going out of the temple, his disciples, teacher, behold, what wonderful stones and what wonderful buildings. So this is focusing on the temple. Y'all see that? Stones and what wonderful building. If we look at Matthew 24:1, Jesus came out from the temple and was going away when the disciples came up to a point out the temple buildings to him. Came to point out the temple buildings to him. So they're pointing it out. And he said to them, so look, they're the ones bringing it up here. And this focuses on Jesus's response. Look, let's look at Luke 21. And while some were talking about the temple, okay, so that confirms this right here, that it was adorned with beautiful stones and votive gifts, he said. All right. So now let's change it to when Jesus is talking. And Jesus said to them, do you see these great buildings? So this is focusing on the temple. Not one stone will be left upon another, which will be torn down. As he was sitting on the Mount of Olives opposite the temple, Peter, James, and John and Andrew were questioning him privately. So that makes it sound like it's separate. Tell us, when will these things be? What are these things that will be is the destruction of the temple. And what will be the sign when all these things are going to be fulfilled? And Jesus began to say to them, see to it that no one misleads you. Okay, so he's talking about these things. So this would be the temple. That's what it looks like here. Let's look at the Matthew passage. And he said to them, do you not see all these things? So again, tying to the temple. Truly I say to you, not one stone here will be left upon another, which will not be torn down. As he was sitting on the Mount of Olives, so this seems to be a separate thing. The disciples came in privately saying, tell us, when will these things happen? So when is the destruction of the temple? And what will be the sign of your coming? Now look at the difference in this. So that Mark says, and when were all these things going to be fulfilled? In this one, it's when will be the sign of your coming and at the end of the age. So that you could say this one is more summary. All right. But this is the coming and the end of the age. So you can see three questions here about the temple, the coming, and the end of the age. Now let's look at Luke 21. As for these things which you're looking at, the days will come in which there will not be left one stone upon another, which will not be torn down. They questioned him, saying, teacher, when therefore would these things happen? So once again, it's focusing on the temple. And what will be this sign when these things are about to take place? So notice he's asking them a question that leads up to that. So that makes sense that Luke 21 is focusing on 70 AD, not so much about the end times. All right. Keep that in mind as we're going into what we're going into next. Tell us, what shall these things be? The antecedent of these things is the prophecy of verse 1 and 2, the destruction of Jerusalem. What shall be the sign of your coming and of the end of the world? So those are the three questions. And people have different views, even within the camp, about how he answered them. But we'll try to make sense of this as much as we can. You know, I might pull out Constable's notes just to get quick clarification. Yeah, let's do that. Because I think Constable's Notes has studied all this pretty well. And it's recent. So let's go to... Let's focus on Matthew first. Y'all, Constable's Notes is free. Let me show y'all how to get it. If you don't know, you can do this, Constable's Notes, and you can type in the book you're studying, Matthew, and if you want the PDF, just put PDF. And why in the world would this come up? But it's right there. So, I don't even like those sites. Okay. Forget PDF. The one you want is Plano Bible Chapel. They're here, but this is the one you want. Because when you go to here, oh, interesting. They finally upgraded Sonic Light. So now all his notes are not at Plano Chapel. They're at Sonic Light. So I'm glad we came on this route. It said, Sonic Light is the original, most up-to-date source for expository notes. So you got Constable's Notes. You can get it in HTML, you can get it in PDF, and you can even get it in translation. Let's see if they got, a Sawako. When you wake up, they got it in Tagalog. Oh, they even have it in Spanish. I got some Spanish brothers to send it to. That's great. So you got audio lessons and you got other resources by him. Let's see what other resources are. Oh, they're developing this right now. This is great. All right. So PDF. Then you go pick your book, Matthew. And Tadao, 2024 edition of Matthew, Constable's Notes. So that's how you can get it, free to download, or you can do the HTTP one. I don't usually use HTTP, but it's still there. Oh, 1 second. I'll show you what that looks like. Hold on, I got a message. All right, so yeah, you can go here. I like that it's in dark mode, and you can get the resources that way. You know, you can do it like that. But I got it in Logos, so that's what I'm going to roll with. We now come to the fifth and final major discourse in Matthew's Gospel, the Olivet Discourse. Its theme is the Messianic kingdom, specifically events leading up to the establishment of the earthly kingdom. The aim of any prophetic discourse Jesus might deliver at this crisis, like that of all true prophecy, would be ethical. Let's see if I highlighted if it's going to trip on me. Let's meet tomorrow. Okay. Would be ethical not to foretell like a soothsayer, but to forewarn and forearm the representatives of a new faith, so that they might not lose the head of their hearts in an evil, perplexing time, not to gratify curiosity, but to fortify against coming trial. And he quotes a lot of different people. I'm not going to focus on searching those quotes right now. The setting of these revelations, 24, 1-3, Mark 13, Luke 21. 24:1. The connective and, untranslated in the NSB, the Greek kai, ties what follows the Jesus preceding denunciation of the generation of Jews that rejected him and the divine judgment that would follow. This language is almost word for word what Fruitenbaum is using, which makes sense because they had Pentecost, so they're all reading the same material. So this language that would follow. However, the apocalyptic or catastrophic or eschatological end time discourse that he proceeded to give was not merely an extension of the address in chapter 23. This is clear because the setting, audience, and major theme changed. There's some continuity of subject matter, but not enough to justify viewing chapters 23 and 25 as one discourse. Jesus and his disciples were about to leave the temple complex, Greek Heron, and proceed east toward Bethany, where Jesus was spending his night during the Passover season. However, before they left the temple area, the disciples commented to Jesus about the magnificent temple buildings. They still focus on the temple on which Jesus has pronounced doom, since the true center of the relation between God and man had shifted to himself. In chapter 23, Jesus has already insisted that what Israel does with them, not the temple, determines the fate of the temple and of Israel's nationality. 1 second, guys. I'm setting up an appointment. All right. They still... Okay, 24:2. All these things which Jesus pointed out to the disciples were the buildings that they had just pointed out to him. He then prefaces an important revelation with the characteristic emphatic introduction. Truly I say to you, Jesus forecast the destruction of the temple complex, with Herod the Great had begun building about 20 BC, was not completed until AD 64. You see how this is almost word for word Fruitenbaum? Let's see who he's quoting here. See Josephus' words. Okay. He used Old Testament language to describe the destruction of the temple. This statement is given with great force because of the aorist passive subjunctive of the verb to leave with the double negative made, translated not. The temple was made of huge stones, some of them many tons in size, carved out in the stone quarries underneath the city of Jerusalem. Such large stones could be dislodged only through deliberate force. The sad fulfillment was to come in AD 70, only 6 years after the temple was completed, when the Roman soldiers deliberately destroyed the temple, prying off stones one by one and casting them into the valley below. What's the resource? Walward. The Roman destruction of Herod's temple in AD 70 was so complete that all that now remains is part of the substructure of the temple precincts, not of the temple building themselves. France. The precise location of the sanctuary is still unknown today. Nelson. It may be, as the Jewish tradition has it, that ever since the Babylonian captivity, the Ark of the Covenant lies buried and concealed underneath the wood court at the northeastern angle of the court of the women. Yeah, that's what some people say. That's Edersheim. The Mount of Olives stands directly east of the temple area on the eastern side of the Kidron Valley, which separates Mount Olivet from Mount Zion. The site of this discourse was given in its name, the Olivet Discourse. It was an appropriate place for Jesus to give a discourse dealing with his return. The Mount of Olives is where Zechariah predicted the Messiah would stand the judge of nations and establish his earthly kingdom. Zechariah 14. Zechariah's prophecy is foundational to the discourse that follows. It is also significant that Jesus gave the discourse outside the city. And that makes sense because the whole Hosanna thing, it was all Feast of Tabernacle thing, which ties to Zechariah 14. It is also significant that Jesus gave this discourse outside the city, since he had been formerly rejected in it and had withdrawn from it. The word privately, as Matthew and Mark used it, set the disciples apart from the crowds. Mark wrote that Peter, James, John, and Andrew asked Jesus the questions. Whether he gave the answer only to them, which seems improbable, or to all the 12 disciples, he did not give it to the multitude. So he's not talking to the multitudes here. Or at least he's not answering their question. This was further revealed for their believing ears only. Luke did not mention the disciples as the recipients of this teaching, but he implied that a larger audience heard it in Luke 21. However, he apparently did this in order to show that his teaching had significance for all the people. The disciples probably asked Jesus 2 questions, though some interpreters believe they asked only one, and some say there were 3 questions. To the disciples, the devastation of the city and the coming of the Messiah were part of one event. The disciples' questions should probably be taken as one question, though the fulfillment will come in stages. That makes sense. It really does. The Nelson. I wonder what Nelson that is. We'd have to look into bibliography for that. I'm curious. The Nelson Study Bible, which I don't know if I have that version. Whenever I first bought Logos, the first package I got was a Nelson package. And what was interesting, and it wasn't actually in Logos. It was a package that fed into Libronics. Tons of Nelson stuff. The Nelson Study Bible. Maybe the one they're talking about is the one I used for years. New KJV. Maybe it's the new Nelson. This is the one I used to use, but this is the King James version. All right, so let's just see if this is one he's talking about. Oh no. I need to go back to where I was. I don't want Luke, I want Matthew. There we go. Fulfillment come in stages. This is in Luke. This should be Matthew 24. I actually got this book on my shelf. So they began work around 20 BC. See, all this is DTS stuff. So that's why I like Constable's notes, because he's going to bring all this stuff together. See right here. Here it is. To the disciples, the devastation of the city, the coming of Messiah was part of one event. So yeah, he's using the Nelson Study Bible, the New King James Version. So that's why he's quoting there. Oh, and let me just show y'all some of the contributors to the Nelson. And before I ever knew about Dallas Theological Seminary, I had this Bible for many years. And let's see if I can find the contributors. Earl Rawmacher, he's Free Grace. Ronald Allen, he's Free Grace. Good Hebrew scholar. Wayne House, he's Free Grace. And he's connected to the seminary I'm at. So those are the editors. Let's see if I can find a place with the editors and contributors. So Rawmacher, see all these Dallas Theological Seminary, Allen, Wayne House. So you got Darrell Bach, he's progressive. You got Chisholm. I'm just going to mention Kokeris. I've read some of his stuff. Dillow, he contributed to it. Farstad, Wayne House, Tommy Ice, S. Lewis Johnson, Kaiser, Laney, Eugene Merrill, Metzger, Obenholzer. I'm just skipping. Patterson, Stedman, Stanley Toussaint, Vandermeeren, Walkie, Walvrid, and these are all the people contribute for Livingston Corporation, the scholars that are involved here. All right, anyway, It's a good book. The first part of the question was, when would these things happen? The second part of the question had two parts. As is clear from the Greek construction of the sentence, it's linked two nouns, coming, parousias, and in, consummation, syntelesias, with the single article, the, Greek, ta, and the conjunction, kai. Okay. The second part of the question was, what will be the sign of your coming and of the end of the age? By asking the question this way, we know the disciples believed that Jesus' coming would end the present age and introduce the Messianic age. Who are we quoting here? Edersheim. The first part of the question dealt with the time of the, and I have Edersheim, the time of the destruction of the temple. The second part dealt with the sign that would signal Jesus' second coming and the end of the present age. So they're saying it's one question with two parts, two events. We now know it's different events. So what did the disciples mean when they asked Jesus about the sign of his coming? This is the first occurrence of parousia, coming, in Matthew's gospel. It appears frequently in the rest of the New Testament, but only here in the Gospels. In classical non-biblical Greek, this word means presence and later arrival or coming, the first stage of being present. That's interesting. First stage of being present. So you could have more than one stage in a coming. That relates to the pre-trib arguments. Let's see who are they quoting here? Abbott Smith. Okay, lexicon. The interesting thing about it is that in the regular word for the arrival of a governor into the province, or for the coming of a king to his subjects, it regularly describes a coming in authority and coming in power. Barclay. In the New Testament, parousia does not always have eschatological overtones, as in these passages. In view of Jesus' recent statement that the Israelites would not see him again until they would say, "Blessed is the one who comes in the name of the Lord," in 23:39, it was undoubtedly to that coming that the disciples referred. They wanted to know when he will return to the temple, having been accepted rather than rejected by the nation. Specifically, they wanted to know what would signal his return. What would be the forerunning for his advent? What did they mean by the end of the age? Jesus, I gotta remove this. Jesus had used this phrase before, 13:39, 40:49, 28:20. By the end of the age, Jesus meant the end of the present age that will consummate in his second coming and judgment of living unbelievers. Okay, living unbelievers. All right, that's interesting. So he's talking about the great judgment of the great goat and sheep. This will occur just before the earthly kingdom begins. The disciples used the phrase the end of the age as Jesus and the Old Testament prophets spoke of it. They understood that Jesus meant the present age, the one before the Messianic age began, since in this question they associated with Jesus' return to the temple. Both parts of the disciples' question, occurring as they did together, suggest that the disciples associated the destruction of the temple with Jesus' return to it and the end of the present age. Who are we quoting? Bruce, probably F.F. Bruce. The Old Testament taught that several eschatological events would happen in the following order. First, Jerusalem would suffer destruction. Second, Messiah will come and end the present age. And third, Messiah will set up his kingdom on earth. The disciples wanted to know when in the future the destruction of the temple, Jesus' return to it, and the end of the present age would occur. They probably did not ask him when he would inaugurate his earthly kingdom. That's a slam at anybody that wants to make an already not yet aspect of the kingdom. Because they knew that this would happen right after he returned to the temple and ended the present age. Matthew's gospel does not answer the first question, which relates to the destruction of Jerusalem AD 70. Now, there's differences about this, but we're going to rock with this for now. So this is taking the view that everything that Matthew's talking about is focusing on the tribulation, where Luke answers the question about the destruction of Jerusalem. This is given more detail in Luke, while Matthew and Mark answer the second and third questions, which actually refer to Christ's coming and the end of the age as one and the same event. Matthew's account of the Olivet Discourse records the portions of Christ's answer that relates to his future kingdom and how it will be brought in, which is one of the major purposes of the gospel. Okay? So that he's pulling from Walford right there. So we got the issue about the question thing. Now let's go ahead and look at Luke. Luke 21. Is it Luke 21? No. Maybe it is. I can't remember. Yeah. Jesus teaching about the destruction of the temple. The emphasis in Luke's version of this important discourse concerning the future, the Olivet Discourse, is a warning and encouragement to persevere. Jesus gave this teaching so that the disciples be ready for what's coming. Luke had already reported much teaching about the future. However, some lessons bore reputation, such as the place of signs and signaling the end and the importance of faithful perseverance. There's also new revelation, particularly the chronological relationship between the destruction of the temple in Jerusalem and Jesus' return were not clear before. Jesus now clarifies that these events would not occur together, but some time would elapse between them. Keep in mind that this was a message given to Jews by a Jew about the future of the Jewish nation. Though there are definite application to God's people today, the emphasis is on Jerusalem, the Jews, and the temple. Our Lord was not discussing his coming for the church, which I agree, for that can only occur at any time, and no signs need precede it. Yeah. For the Jews require a sign, the church looks for the Savior. Who is this that says this? Warren Wiersbe. Luke gives an account of the circumstances which had taken place before the leading up to the destruction of Jerusalem. Matthew deals particularly with what to take place afterward, leading on to the second coming of Christ. Luke tells us something of that, but does not give us nearly as full and complete a report as Matthew does. Mark's account is very much like that of Matthew's, though not quite so full. And he's quoting Harry Ironside there. The setting and the warning about the misled. Luke did not mention that Jesus gave this teaching on Mount Olivet exclusively to his disciples. His omission of these facts created continuity in his narrative, and it connected this discourse with Jesus' preceding teaching in the temple, and he gave on the same day. It also has the effect of making this discourse the climax of this teaching, and it suggests that it had value for all the people. This apparently double audience is appropriate to the eschatological discourse because while much of it is directly relevant to the disciple, it deals once again with the fate of Jerusalem, a topic of special importance for the people who are listening. Tannenhill, the narrative. Okay. Luke substituted the description of the comments of others, as Matthew did, for direct quotations from them, which Mark narrated. So that's those observations we noticed earlier when we were looking at the observation sheet. This one right here. He also mentioned that the temple's adornments of beautiful stones and vowed gifts impressed the onlookers. Matthew and Mark wrote that the temple stones and complex of buildings impressed them. Luke 21:6. Luke's record of Jesus' reply is almost identical to what the other evangelists recorded. Jesus predicted the complete destruction of the temple. Jesus' hearers, specifically Peter, James, John, and Andrew, which we know from Mark, then asked him when the destruction would take place and what sign would precede it. They did not ask for a sign because they disbelieved Jesus, because they wanted a warning of the disaster. Sign here has less the sense of proof than a portent or even omen. Okay. Green. The coming destruction of the temple will constitute the end of Judaism as they knew it. When the Babylonians destroyed the first temple in 586 BC, the result was dispersion and disaster for the Jews. Now Jesus announced that another similar catastrophe was coming. They associated this with the Lord's return and the end of the present age. The present age being the age before the earthly Messianic kingdom. Significantly, Luke did not record the other questions they asked him about the sign of his coming and the end of the age. Matthew and Mark concentrated on Jesus' answer to the question about Jesus' return, but Luke dealt mainly with his answer to the question about the temple's destruction. The destruction of the temple and Jesus' return would not coincide chronologically. So here's a little chart that he makes about the disciples' question. Let me see if I could, let's see if I can go to formatting. No, view, sorry. Let's see what full screen looks like. Oh no. But this is good, because if it's in full screen, you could, that still don't look right. All right, well, we'll just look at the disciples' questions. When would these things happen, come about? Mentioned in Matthew 24, Mark 13, and Luke 17. This is a question about the time and the destruction of the temple, and Jesus gives his answer in Luke. And then what will be the signs you're coming at the end of the age? This is the question about the sign of 24:3. What will be the sign when all these things are going to fulfill? The word signals Jesus coming fulfilled. Mark 13:4. What will be the sign when all things about to end to take place? And so there's that. So he made a little chart, you know, to kind of do what we were doing a while ago. What is going on here? I need to zoom in a little bit more. (28, 8, and 9). Jesus proceeded immediately to warn his hearers about being misled about the time of the temple's destruction. There would be false messiahs who would appear and predict the imminent destruction of the temple. Now, keep in mind, if this is focusing on 70 AD, then this is talking about false messiahs arising before 70 AD. Okay? Would appear and predict the imminent destruction of the temple. So there's going to be false messiahs who would appear and predict the imminent destruction of the temple. Let's see what Acts 5:36 says. For some time ago, Theudas rose up, claiming to be somebody, and a group of about 400 men joined him with him. But he was killed, and all who followed him were dispersed and came to nothing. Okay, that's whenever Gamaliel's given his advice. And 21:38 says, then you are not the Egyptian who some time ago stirred up the revolt and led the 4,000 men of the assassins out into the wilderness? So these are historical references of false messiahs. Okay? They should not assume that wars and disturbance were signs of the coming destruction either. So this is all 70 AD. These things would happen, but their occurrence would not signal the immediate destruction of the temple. So then the need for faithful perseverance. Luke's interpretation of Jesus' teaching suggests a break of some kind in his thought. It seems clear from what follows in verse 11, especially, that Jesus now broadened his perspective from the wars that will precede the destruction of Jerusalem to include later wars. He was referring specifically to the wars that would precede his return to the earth. So they're saying it's shifting beyond 70 AD here. The disciples may not have understood this difference when Jesus spoke these words, but by the time Luke wrote his gospel, the difference had become clearer. Later revelation gives us much more information about the wars, earthquakes, plagues, famines, terrors, and great heavenly signs that will precede the second coming. Revelation 6-18. So there's the that's referring to the tribulation. The Old Testament prophets, thanks Big Stack. The Old Testament prophets have predicted this time of turmoil on the earth, namely the 7-year tribulation. And so here's the Old Testament prophecies about that. However, Jesus' hearers did not know when it would come. Okay. 21:12-15. Before the calamities of the tribulation, Jesus' disciples would experience persecution from their enemies. referred to generally here as they. Jesus proceeded to describe what his disciples could expect from that time he spoke until his return. He warned them about what to expect so they would not yield to persecution. They would undergo examinations from hostile Jews in synagogues, Matthew 10:17, Mark 13:9, and they would experience confinement in prisons. Gentiles also would arrest them and bring them before kings and governors because of their allegiance to Jesus, Matthew 10:18, Mark 13:9. Nevertheless, these situations would provide opportunities for them to bear witness for him. The disciples should not fret about their verbal defense ahead of time, but should rely on Jesus' promise to provide them with the eloquence, literally mouth, or right words. So Old Testament reference. The wisdom that they would need at the right time. This would come to them through Jesus, the Holy Spirit's ministry to them. They would discover that their witness would be very powerful, irresistible, and irrefutable. We have examples of this happen in the early church in the book of Acts and throughout church history. It will continue through the tribulation. It is the preparation of the speech of defense, apology, that Jesus here forbids, not the preparation of a sermon. Yeah, Robertson's word picture. 21. They would also experience betrayal by close relatives and friends. Some of them would die for their testimonies. Hatred would increase rapidly against many more disciples, not just against those who would die. 21:18. Jesus promised that he would keep them safe. This probably means that no harm would befall them without the Father's permission. Some interpreters believe that it refers to the spiritual safety. All those guys. However, physical safety seems to be in view throughout the passage. Okay. 21:19. By preserving faithfully when persecuted, they would preserve their lives. Ketisete ta suka sumon. That is, they would not die before it was God's will for them to die. Okay. Some interpreters believe that this verse simply restates in different terms the principle that those who endure to the end will experience salvation. Those who remain faithful to the end of the tribulation would enter the earthly kingdom without dying. That's the issue that it talks about related to 70 AD as well as the tribulation. The judgment coming on Jerusalem. 21:20 through 24. Now Jesus returned to the subject of when the temple would suffer destruction. Okay, so they're saying Jesus shifts topics here. So let's go and look at our harmony for Luke. And let's make an observation sheet for this section. This one's so good, I'm going to save it. All right. So we're going to focus on the red letters here. Making an observation sheet. We're going to start with Luke. And he says, see to it that you're not misled, for many will come in my name. So remember, this is 70 AD focused. So these are the signs before the destruction of the temple. So many will come in my name. Interesting, it actually doesn't say false messiahs here. It says many will come in my name, saying, I am he. Or I am he. And the time is near. Prophecy. Do not go after them. When you hear of war and disturbances, do not be terrified, for these things must take place first, but the end does not follow immediately. So notice he's talking about the end. The end is not 70 AD. Okay? So this may be why it goes beyond 70 AD. Then he continued by saying to them, nation will rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom, and there will be great earthquakes in various places, plagues and famines, there will be terrors and great signs from heaven. So this seems to indicate that he goes beyond to the 7-year tribulation here. But before all these things, so now he's jumping back. Before all these things here, I think that's what he's saying. They will lay their hands on you and will persecute you. So I think what happens is this, is that he's talking about what's going to happen before 70 AD. And then he says, but the end will not follow immediately. And so he's basically saying 70 AD is not going to be the end. Okay? Because all this other stuff has to happen. And then he goes, it takes them back to 70 AD. They will persecute you, delivering you to synagogues and prison, bringing you before kings and governors. Okay? So now let's look at, I think this one is Matthew. See the difference here. See to it that no one misleads you, for many will come in my name, saying, I am the Christ. So Matthew is specifying that they're false messiahs and will mislead many. You will be hearing of wars and rumors of wars. Okay. So, because they're asking because he's focusing on answering the question about 70 AD, he don't have to make the statement about the end, because he's focusing in Matthew about the 7-year tribulation. You will be hearing of wars and rumors of wars. See that you're not frightened, for those things must take place, but this is not yet the end. Okay. Then we got, for nation will rise against nation, kingdom against kingdom, and the very place will be famines and earthquakes. But all these things are merely the beginning of birth pains. So the beginning of birth pains. So these things that are mentioned right here are the beginning of birth pains. So that's another reference for that. And I still think this is related to 7-year tribulation. I don't think this is describing throughout church history. Then they would deliver you to tribulation and will kill you and be hated in nations because of my name. At that time, many will fall away and will betray one another. Okay. So let's drop back to Mark. See there that no one misleads you. Many will come in my name saying I am he, and will mislead many. For when you hear of wars and rumors of war, do not be frightened. Those things must take place, but that is not yet the end. So then he focuses again, going in the same direction and beginning of birth pains. Be on your guard, for they will deliver you to your court. So this focuses on the present. Deliver you to courts, and you will be flogged in the synagogues, and you will stand before governors, kings for my sake. So I would say that would focus more present, even before 70 AD. All right, so we got that one. Let's scroll on. Okay. All right, let's start with Luke. Remember, Luke is 70 AD focused. I'll put 70 to remind us up here. And beginning you before kings and governors for my name's sake. It will lead to an opportunity for your testimony. So make up your minds not to prepare beforehand and defend yourself. For I will give you utterance and wisdom which none of your opponents will be able to resist or refute. But you will be betrayed even by parents and brothers and relatives and friends, and they will put some of you to death. And you will be hated by all because of my name. Yet not a hair of your head will perish. By your endurance you will gain your lives. Okay, gain your lives. Physical life? I don't think so. I think this is going into quality of life here. But when you see Jerusalem surrounded by armies, then recognize their desolation is near. So, the armies, everybody going against Israel, is a recognition that the desolation is near. Those who are in Judea must flee to the mountains. And this happened in 70 AD. Okay. So there's that. So this seems to be all focused on 70 AD, but I could see it in near far ideas here. Let's go to Matthew. Remember, Matthew's more focused on the tribulation. At that time, many will fall away and will betray one another, hate one another. Many false prophets will arise and mislead many. Okay, I don't believe there's any prophets today. So this would have to be either before the Bible was completed or in the tribulation. Just keep that in mind. Because lawlessness is increased, most people's love will grow cold. But the one who endures to the end will be saved. So yeah, I take this as referring to temporal deliverance in the tribulation. The gospel of the kingdom shall be preached to the whole world as a testimony to all the nations. This is actually in Revelation. And then the end will come. So notice he's talking about when the end will be here. Therefore, when you see the abomination of desolation, which was spoken by Daniel the prophet, standing in the holy place, let the reader understand. So this abomination of desolation, 70 AD focused, right, about the armies. But notice he's saying it like the prophet Daniel. Let the reader understand. So the reader that's reading Daniel, then those who are in Judea must flee to the mountains. Okay. So this kind of this happens again in the tribulation in Revelation 12. Whoever is in the housetop must not go down and get the things on the house. Whoever is in the field must not turn back to get it. Okay. So we got that. Now let's go to Mark's account. You're standing before governors and kings. The gospel must be first preached to all the nations. Where they arrest you and hand you over, do not worry beforehand when they're in to say, but whatever is given you that hour for you to speak. Brother will betray brother, so he's keep going on that. But when you see the abomination of desolation standing where it should not be, let the reader understand. Yeah, in the temple. Those that are in Judea must flee to the mountains. Okay. So let's go ahead and get the next observation sheet. I don't need that blank spot, so I'll narrow it down. That'll give us more room. Oh, yeah, here we go. So Luke, I'll put the 70 to remind us. I'll put the 7 to remind us here of Matthew. And then Mark seems to be focused on the 7 years also. Then those who are in Judea must flee in the mountains. Those who are in the midst of the city must leave. And those who are in the country must not enter the city. Because these are the days of vengeance, so that all things which are written will be fulfilled. Prophecy, right? Woe to those who are pregnant and those who are nursing babes in those days, so difficulty in travel. For there will be great distress upon the land and wrath to this people. This people, that's interesting. So wrath on those specific people. And they will fall by the edge of the sword and will be led captive into all the nations. So this is Israel being taken in captivity. Well, they're not taken in captivity in the tribulation. So this definitely sounds like this is 70 AD focused. And maybe additional prophecies. And Jerusalem will be trampled underfoot by the Gentiles until the time of the Gentiles is fulfilled. And so this will be when Christ's second coming. The Daniel 2 prophecy, when there will be someone on the throne of David that crushes the statue. There will be signs in the sun, moon, and stars, and on the earth, and dismay among the nations and perplexity. Okay? So let's drop back to Matthew. Whoever's in the field must not turn back to get his cloak, but woe to those who are pregnant and to those who are nursing babies in those days. So difficulty in travel still, but this is it focusing on the tribulation. But pray that your flight would not be in the winter, because winter's bad travel, and you also have it's rainy season during that time, or on the Sabbath. And of course, you understand that a lot of travel difficulties. You're not allowed to travel on a Sabbath in certain ways. Or that there will be a great tribulation, such as not occurred since the beginning of the world until now. All right. So this is the great tribulation is after the Antichrist goes after them. Clearly. Since the beginning of the world to now, nor ever will. Unless those days have been cut short, no life would have been saved. That's physical life, I think. But for the sake of the elect, and I take that as the Jewish people that are going to, serve him in the tribulation, those days will be cut short. Fruitenbaum is going to argue that cut short doesn't mean that the time period is cut short. It means that the persecution is going to stop abruptly. Then, if anyone says to you, behold, here is the Christ, and there is the Christ, do not believe him. For false Christs and false prophets will arise and will show great signs and wonders as to mislead, if possible, even the elect. Okay, so this is more 7-year focus. And this one shifts to 7 years right here until the time of Gentiles has been fulfilled. Let's go to Mark now. Mark is 7-year focus usually. The one who is on the housetop must not go down or go in to get anything out of the house. In other words, make haste. And the one who is in the field must not turn back to get his coat. Make haste. But woe to those who are pregnant, to those who are nursing babies in those days. Yeah, because it's going to be difficult. But pray that it not be happen in winter. It's going to be difficult. For those days will be a time of tribulation such as not occurred since the beginning of creation, when God created until now, and never will be. So that the tribulation is the great tribulation in that context. Unless the Lord had shortened those days, no life would have been saved. But for the sake of the elect, whom he chose, he shortened the days. And if anyone says to behold, here's the Christ, or behold, he is there, do not believe him. For Christ and false prophets, he's going to say. So we can put that in here. Okay. Continuing to scroll down. All right. Back to Luke 70 AD. Jerusalem will be trampled underfoot by the Gentiles until the time of the Gentiles are fulfilled. So Jerusalem is never going to not be underneath Gentile territory in some type of way until the time of the Gentiles is fulfilled. And that, like I said, that's when Christ comes back and sets up the Davidic throne. Because the time of the Gentiles began with the Babylonian captivity, when the last Davidic king was taken into captivity. So that definitely goes from 70 AD even beyond. There will be signs in the sun, moon, and stars, and on the earth dismay among nations, and perplexity at the roaring of the sea and waves. Men fainted for fear, the expectation of things which are coming upon the world, for the powers of the heaven will be shaken. Whoa, that definitely sounds like it shifts here, and it makes sense when he's talking about this, that it's shifting to the 7 years here. Then they will see the Son of Man coming in a cloud. So yeah, the 7 years with power and great glory. But when these things begin to take place, notice what he says here. When these things begin to take place. Begin to take place. Which things is he talking about here? Straighten up and lift up your head, because your redemption is drawing near. I think that the things that he's talking about are the signs, the 7-year tribulation. Your redemption is drawn near. Then he told them a parable. Behold, the fig tree and all the trees. Notice it don't say the fig tree only, it says all the trees. So this idea that the fig tree is Israel, Fruitenbaum disagrees and said, no, it's not. Fig tree is not Israel. So you can't say 1948 or something like that. We'll go into that later. Behold the fig tree and all the trees. Because if you're going to say that fig tree represents something, what about all the trees? As soon as they put forth leaves, you see they know for yourself that summer is now near. The point is, you can tell the seasons by looking at the trees. All right, let's drop back to Matthew, which is focusing on 7-year tribulation. For false Christs and false prophets will arise and will show great signs and wonders, so as to mislead, if possible, even the elect. And I don't think this is about salvation. Behold, I've told you in advance. Sounds like prophecy to me. So if they say to you, so he's telling them in advance, but all that, he's going beyond. He's going and telling them about the end time in detail, right? But what he's fixing to tell them, I think, does relate to 70 AD. Oh, I wanted to tell y'all something. Or show y'all something. So let's go back to Constable's notes. Matthew. Y'all taking a long way around. I used to be able to get there faster. And let me type in harmony. Really? You ain't gonna do it like that? So there's an appendix. This is what makes it a little bit difficult when you're using this form. So here's the bibliography at the end. Oh, they got their own search box. So let me type in harmony. See what he does, guys? He gives you a harmony. At least the order of how he views things. So, if I were y'all, in your next studies, whenever you're dealing with a harmony of the gospel or something, if I were y'all, I would start with this default harmony right here. It's free, it's up to date, and you can compare other harmonies to it. You know? Now, it doesn't have the verse written in it like the other harmonies, but once you got the order, you can use an older harmony or an online harmony. Let's see if we can find just a harmony of the gospel online. Maybe Bible Hub. Harmony of the Gospel. Blue Letter Bible has one. Okay. Does it actually show the verses? I don't think so. Why ain't my number a PDF? A chart. Surely someone's made one. Let me try Bible Hub. Well, that's just messy. It looks like it's in alphabetical order. I don't know. Let me see what this one does. The Life of Jesus, Harmony of the Gospels. The Life of Jesus Nazareth, Rush Rees. So this is like a particular book. But y'all can look online. Y'all can probably find a harmony of the Gospels. Or parallel Gospels. The 4 Gospels paralleled. Okay, let's try that one. We'll just click on one and see how it looks. Yeah, y'all could use this right here, guys. You could take Constable's Note structure, and you could go here. So let's go to where our section is. Capture, condemnation, crucifixion, discourse, Lord's Supper. Here it is. See that, guys? Look at that. Y'all could use that right there. Y'all could use that with Constable's Notes. There you go. There's your free resource. All right. So, did I put that one? Let me make sure. No, I didn't. Uh-oh. Well, anyway, I skipped one. I messed up and missed one. That's fine. Whoa. I can get it in the future. So again, this Luke is 70 focus, Matthew is 7, and Mark is 7 focus. And he told them a parable. Behold the fig tree and all the trees. As soon as they put forth leaves, you see it and know for yourself that summer is near. So you also, when you see these things happening, recognize that the kingdom of God is near. Truly I say to you, this generation, okay? And I think he's referring to that particular generation, 70 AD. I don't know though. Heaven and earth will pass away, but my words will not pass away. Okay? Be on guard so that your hearts will not be weighted down with dissipation and drunkenness and worries of life, and that day will not come on you suddenly like a trap. So this is definitely forward focus. For it will come upon all those who dwell on the face of the earth. But this is all on the face of the earth. That seems to go beyond 70 AD. But keep on the alert at all times, praying that you may have. All right, so right here, he's talking about the sun and the moon will give us light, the stars will fall from the sky, the powers of the heavens will be shaken, and then the Son of Man will appear in the sky. And then all the tribes of the earth will mourn, and they will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of the sky with power and great glory. And he will send forth his angels and great trumpet, and they will gather together his elect from the 4 winds, from one end of the sky to the other. Then he goes into the parable of the fig tree. And when his branch has already become tender, put forth its seeds, you know the summer is near. So you too, when you see all these things, recognize that he's near, right at the door. Now Mark says he's gathering for the 4 winds, parable of the fig tree, right at the door. Try to say this generation will not pass away until all these events, all these things take place. Heaven and earth will pass away, but the day and hour no one knows, not even the Son. Okay. Continuing on. So what you're seeing here is that Matthew's going in way more detail, at least on this portion. And so he's saying, pray. Pray that you may have strength to escape all these things that are about to take place and to stand before the Son of Man. So that sounds like 70 AD focused. Matthew Truly, I say, this generation will not pass away until all these things take place. Heaven and earth pass away, but my words will not pass away. But at that day and hour, no one knows, neither the angel of heaven nor the Son, but the Father alone. For the coming of the Son of Man will be just like the days of Noah, business as usual. For in those days before the flood, they were eating and drinking, marrying and giving in marriage, until the day Noah entered the ark. And they did not understand until the flood came and took them all away. So will be the coming of the Son of Man be. Then there will be 2 men in the field, one will be taken, one be left. 2 women will be grinding. And so let's go to Matthew. Take heed, keep on alert, for you do not know when the appointed time will come. It is like a man away on a journey, who, upon leaving his house and putting his slave in charge, assigned to each one a task and commanded the doorkeeper to stay alert. So it kind of gives a parable there. Therefore be on alert, for you do not know when the master of the house is coming, whether it is evening, at midnight, or when the rooster crows, or in the morning. In case he should come suddenly and find you asleep, say, be on alert. So definitely, even though Mark was future focused a lot, this last part of it is like application, like be on alert. Don't be complacent. So you see, look, this is all unique to Matthew here. There will be 2 men in the field, one will be taken and one be left. I think this is taken in judgment. Some people think it's the rapture. I think it's taken in judgment, meaning that somebody's going to be dead. 2 women will be grinding at the mill, one will be taken and one will be left. Therefore be on alert, for you do not know which day your Lord is coming. But be assured this, that if the head of the house had known at what time of the house the thief was coming, he would have been on alert and would have been not allowed his house to be broken into. So that kind of similar to Mark. For the reason you also must be ready. So the Son of Man is coming at an hour when you do not think he will. Who then is the faithful and sensible slave whose master put in charge of his household to give them food at the proper time? So this is all about stewardship. Blessed is the slave whom the master finds in doing. Truly I say that he puts in charge of all his possessions. So there's an faithful servant's inheritance idea. He put in charge of all his possessions. But if the evil slave says in the heart, my master is not coming for a long time. See, look, guys, he's not saying my master's not coming at all. He's like, he's not coming in right now. And begins to beat his fellow slaves and eat and drinks with drunkards. The master of the slave will come on a day when he does not expect him, and an hour which he does not know, and will cut him in pieces and assign him a place with the hypocrites. In the place there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth. All right, this is a parable, guys. Different ways people take this. We're not going to get into that right now. Then the kingdom of heaven will be compared to 10 virgins. So this is where it's going into Matthew 25. And I had a debate with Tommy Mamertry on Matthew 25. So we won't go into that right now. Later on we will. We got to get through 24 first. All right. So now we have all that content. Hey, John, Thomas. Now let's go back into our PowerPoint. So going back, what should be the sign of your coming and the end of the world? And Luke gives us a more detailed version of the first question. Let's see. I think I can make this bigger. No, that's too big. All right, here we go. We'll answer all 3 questions, but not necessarily the same order. He'll answer the 3rd question first, the 1st question second, the 2nd question third, 3, 1, 2. See, this is confusing, you know? And I first learned about this, I think it was from Ryrie of Pentecost. I can't remember which one. Like, which question? Well, first off, is it really 3 questions or is it 1 question? And, you know, that's one of the issues. So I would suggest y'all run this like through the stuff we've gone through and see if y'all could get clarity on this. If I had the time, I would read Footsteps of the Messiah, because if you look at Footsteps of the Messiah, Fruitenbaum's book, if you look at the table of contents, dang it. So you got introductory material. He goes into the time of the Gentiles. Then he goes into the course of this age, eschatology, the visible church, and things which are the seven churches. I don't agree with his historical argument here, but regardless. Then he goes into the sequence of pre-tribulational events. And I don't even know if I agree with like some of the historical stuff he argues. But then he goes into other pre-tribulational events. Then he goes into the eschatology, the invisible church, the timing of the rapture, and all of that. And then he goes into the Great Tribulation. So this is more topically organized. The beginning of the tribulation, the events of the first half of the tribulation, the events of the middle of the tribulation, the events of the second half of the tribulation, the Great Tribulation, additional features and facts, the campaign of Armageddon, the second coming of Jesus and the Messiah, the interval, the 75-day interval, the Messianic kingdom, the basis of belief in the Messianic kingdom, general characteristics of the Messianic kingdom, which we did in the previous video. The government of the Messianic kingdom we did is, and then I think we started going into that. But it's more, it's not in the order of what we're doing now. Okay, it's more topical. But I think if I studied all that, it would be helpful. And there's other resources that I have that go more topical. But we'll just work with what we got. So there's only two ages. The age to come is always the Messianic kingdom. Mark and Matthew focus more on the second and third question. So let's try to run this through here. Okay, so the first question is about the stones. What should be the sign of your coming in the end of the world? So that would be the second and the third. So it says Mark and Matthew focus more on the second and the third question. Yeah, because they're not focusing on the destruction of the temple so much. But it says that Jesus is going to answer the third question first, and the first question second. In which book, though? I didn't catch that. Anyway, question first with the sign. He's going to, and the general characteristics of the church age. See, question negatively things that do not indicate the end has begun. See, this is where it was a little bit confusing for me. These are characteristics of the whole church age period. They're not indicative of the end of days. See, he's making a claim that the church is mentioned in Matthew 24 or the church age period. I'm not there with him at right now. So this is what he does say about false messiahs. He wrote, when he was at Hebrew University, he wrote his dissertation, if I remember right. It was a dissertation on pseudo-messianism. And so in the year 132 AD, Simon Bar Kokhba, which became the Bar Kokhba rebellion, claimed to be Messiah. Then you had Jacob Frank in the 1800s, and you've had many false messiahs. But the most famous one, I think, is Sabbatai Zevi, that was in the 1600s. Then he mentions among the Gentiles, you got people like Reverend Moon. I think that's Sun Young Moon, or the Moonies. I think that's who it is. And he's describing that this will characterize the whole age. So local wars are not the sign of the last days. But what's interesting is Fruitenbaum argues that world wars are a sign. So here's a question to ask, guys. In World War I, Was every nation involved in the war? We know we had two sides, you know, the Allies and the Axis, or however the terms are used. It's been a while since I've been through all that. And you had allegiances, but there was probably places on the earth, and of course they were affected by the war, but they probably didn't even send troops. So let's just do something. What nations have never sent troops in World War I? During World War I, nations like Switzerland, Spain, Denmark, Sweden, the Netherlands, Norway, and most countries in the South of Central America remained neutral and did not send troops to fight in the war. Switzerland is a prominent example due to its long-standing policy of neutrality. That's why people say, I'm Switzerland. Okay? So let's do the same question with World War II. Nations that never sent troops in World War II, maintaining neutrality throughout the conflict, include Switzerland, Sweden, Spain, Portugal, Ireland, Turkey, Afghanistan, Vatican City, and most microstates like Andorra, Monaco, Liechtenstein, and San Marino. So, have we really had a world war yet? You know? What if World War I and World War II were not really world wars, and they're just the rumors? There is a nation against nation, but it's not a full-on world war. But it's all preparatory, maybe for World War III, where you actually have an entire world war. Because what's going to happen is at the end, the Antichrist is going to sway people to go after the Antichrist. So it would be the whole world at that time. But what's interesting is World War I and World War II relate to the Jews. So it would make sense that World War III is going to relate to the Jews as well. Yeah, it was for their time. Yeah. All right. The sign of the end of the age. So he's going to answer the question positively here, according to Fruitabaum. What was interesting is that in the Jewish writings of that period, the statement "nation will rise against nation" is a term used in rabbinical writings, according to Fruitenbaum, and he gives quotes, like of the idiom or whatever. I'll try to mention one if I see. This is the word travail, is the word that means birth pangs. The Hebrew idiom of the day, a Jewish idiom of the day, dealing with the world war, and the contrast is this. When you see a world war in contrast to local wars, that's the sign the last days have begun in the world. And this is where the term footsteps of the Messiah comes from, where Fruitenbaum named his book. The footsteps refer to a series of all the events that will bring about the return of the Messiah, where in Judaism, of course, it would be the only coming, is the first coming. So nation against nation and kingdom against kingdom is something that's used in rabbinical literature for world wars. But here's the thing. It's used in Isaiah 19, 1 and 2. So let's go there real quick. The oracle concerning Egypt. Behold, the Lord is riding on a swift cloud and is about to come to Egypt. The idols of Egypt would tremble at his presence, and the heart of the Egyptians will melt within them. So I will incite Egyptians against Egyptians, and they will each fight against his brother and each against his neighbor, city against city, and kingdom against kingdom. So this is language that was used for the Egyptians. So one nation, but yet there was kingdoms within it. So that would be like dynasty versus dynasty. Okay. And then 2 Chronicles 15, 3 and 6. All right. For many days, Israel was without the true God and without a teaching priest and without law. That's interesting. Without the true God. So they were in idolatry. But in their distress, they turned to the Lord of God Israel, and they sought him and let him find him. And in those times, there was no... I'm getting some lagging going on here. Something indexing. No, nothing's indexing. Just running slow, I guess. In those times there was no peace to him who went out or to him who came in, for many disturbances afflicted all the inhabitants of the land. Nation was crushed by nation, and city by city, for God troubled them with every kind of distress. But you be strong and do not lose courage, for there's a reward for your work. So there's the language nation against nation. So the phrase was used of total conflict in the area of the context. So it was limited to Egypt and limited, I don't know who that was in this context, maybe Babylon, in the area context. Now what's interesting is the word world is used all throughout Matthew. 14, 21, 30, 31, and 35. And in Mark's gospel, Mark 13, 27, 31, and Luke's is mentioned there. So that can be the word for world. Is it ion or is it cosmos in 24? So let's go back to Matthew. What did I say? 24:14? Preaching to the whole world. Oikomene. Okay. So let me see what the next word world is. Matthew 24:21. That's Cosmo. Foundations of the world. This is Matthew 25. That's Cosmo. Matthew 20, Cosmo again. All right, so, but let's do age now. The end of the age, Ionios. It's Ionios. So, all right, so that'd be a good way to study, you know, what's going on. Is it world? Is it age in that particular passage? Some of those, it's clearly world, oikodome, and cosmos. So then he says, Jesus is answering the third question. What is the sign of the last days have begun? He says this is what Fruitenbaum says. He agrees with those who have the view that the last days have already began. Okay? That doesn't mean he's saying the tribulation began. But as far as the statement, the last days began, he thinks the last days have begun. He says that World War I was impetus to the growth of Zionism. Okay? Zionism grew because of World War I. World War II set the stage for the establishment of Israel, which was done in 3 years after World War II. So then he goes into discussion of the personal experiences of the apostles. But before all these things, events that will precede the beginning of the last days reverse in the order. Yeah, I want to look at this. I want to understand this a little bit closer. So let's go back to our harmony. Okay. Whoa, what's happening here? It's what, you don't like the word before? Evidently not. So the harmony ain't going to help me here. Not the way I wanted to go about doing it. That's the transfiguration. Okay, that's fine. I'll just do it from what we were doing, because I remember that statement about before. Did I not? Is that the one that I didn't include? Or maybe it's up here. About to take place. When would these things happen? Okay, right here. So he's pulling from Luke right now. So he's in Luke. Luke 21:12. All right, that's helpful to know where he's at. So let's go ahead and take this down here with us. I don't want to do that. I'll mess up the order. Let's see. But before these things, events that will precede the beginnings of the last day, reversing the order. So he gives the last days and flashes back. I think that's how I understood that. Yeah, see the arrow pointing back to 70 AD? So he says, as he said, but the end does not follow. Then he starts talking about things that will happen during the end. And he says, but before all these things that happen in the end, the nation against nation, the earthquakes, all of that stuff, they will lay their hands on you and persecute you. So he was letting them know immediate persecution is going to come about. So, all right, I'm tracking with them. Here's to proceed to beginnings of the last days of risk and order. So he says that there's altogether 9 basic things. They will be rejected by the Jewish community. They will be rejected by the Gentiles. Oh man, I got a headache. 1 second, guys. I'm gonna go get some Excedrin. All right. So they'll be rejected by the Gentiles. There will be a period of persecution that will provide them opportunities to testify. The gospel will be proclaimed in spite of opposition. They'll be rejected by their family. And seventhly, they'll be hated by all. And see, this is what's frustrating to me. This will be on my quiz. These 9 things will probably be on my quiz. Like, how am I going to remember these? They'll be rejected by their family. 7th, they'll be hated by all. 8th point is that spiritual salvation is guaranteed. 9, in spite of opposition coming from Gentiles, the Jews and family members, they'll win many souls to the Lord. Then we have point 6, the sign of the fall of Jerusalem. When you see that it's compassed with armies, the days between 66 and 70 AD. The time of the Gentiles is until a Davidic king that sits upon the throne. is placed there again. The time of the Gentiles began when that king was removed. Concerning the Romans, Cestius Gallus lifted the siege and returned back to Caesarea. So basically, what happened is in 70 AD, when the siege was lifted, that allowed the Jews to escape, or some of the Jews to escape. It was the Jewish Christians, I think. So the Messianic community took the opportunity to abandon the city, and they went to a place called Pella. And so what Furtenbaum says is not a single Jewish believer lost his life because of the obedience to these admonitions here. And I'll bring this up. I brought it up a couple of times, but if we go to Hebrews. I bring this up in my debates. Hebrews CHT. The Messianic epistles. Here it is right here. So this is talking about when these Jewish believers received the letter, they read it and they obeyed. They made their break with Judaism once and for all complete. Within a 2-year period of time after the letter was written, the first Jewish revolt broke out in AD 66. At that point, the entire community of Jewish believers, numbered tens of thousands strong, over 20,000 alone, lived in Jerusalem at that time. Oh no, I'm out of coffee almost. Left the country, crossed the Jordan River to the east bank, and went up to the city of Pella. Pella is located on the eastern side of the Jordan River, south of the Sea of Galilee, and outside the war zone. It was a Greek city, one of the 10 cities of the Decapolis, and there they waited out the war. 4 years later, the war ended with the destruction of Jerusalem and the temple, as Jesus had predicted. A total of 1,100,000 Jews were killed in that Roman conflict. These 3 writers indicate that not a single Jewish believer lost his life in that conflict because of obedience to the letter to the Hebrews. Thus, the book had a happy ending. That's why I think a lot of what Hebrews is dealing with relates to 70 AD. You know? And yet when we debate people, they want to laugh that off. Doesn't make any sense. All right. The Great Tribulation. So this is where we're getting into this. So this is his breakdown. The first half. But before all these things. So Luke is describing something that happens before nation rises against nation and kingdom against kingdom. Right? It goes back. What Mark and Luke described happened before. Okay. What Matthew says happens after. And they give 2 different timing elements. That's confusing to read in notes, but because I studied the passage a second ago, I understand. Hold on, I got a weird text message. Who is this person? Oh, that's my church. Notifications from the church. Okay. All right. The first half, he mentions 5 things. Oh no, that means I'm going to have to memorize them. It'll be a time of persecution of the saints. And he says this goes up to the 5th seal. So he's seeing this is during the tribulation. Rise of false prophets, increase of sin, lawlessness, physically and spiritually salvation. We know from Zechariah 13 that only a third of Jerusalem, the population, will survive. Okay. Then it talks about the gospel of the kingdom, which he's relating to Revelation 7, 1 through 8. Then you got the second half of the tribulation, which says is 8 basic events that trigger at the midpoint. So he makes a joke here. He says, we know that the Antichrist is not Jewish because instead of 666, his number would have been 599. You know, like a price number. So when the Antichrist declares himself that in the temple, that triggers Israel's flight from the land. So this is a more forced exile from the land. This point, worldwide anti-Semitism will break out in full force, and the satanic goad described in Revelation 12 shall annihilate all the Jews before they can plead for the Messiah's return begins in earnest. There's 3 difficulties of making a quick escape: women in advanced pregnancy having to carry young babes, and in the winter, because rains fall from November, December, January, and February. The way the highways are built, so they're going to have to flee by means of the wadis. So they're not going to go the highway. They're going to go by the wadis. And these are like gully washers. I don't know. Y'all live in America. You know what those are. But let me just show y'all. Images. So the thing is, these gullies can be these are rides. I don't want to see the ride. I want to see the actual event image. That's crazy. It's showing all the rides because it's an old term. But essentially what a gully is like a ditch where rainwater travels, and it's dry except whenever, like if you're by the mountains, it comes off. Here's an example of a gully. I don't know what they look like in Israel, but yeah, I mean, when this fills up, it's going to go through. Now, they're the ones in, like, let me do where I was born. These are gullies in Alamogordo, New Mexico. They could fill up with water fast too. But anyway, in the deserts, it happens a lot that you got flash floods. You can even get them in Texas, you know, during storms or whatever. That's why they say that you be careful when you're crossing bridges or whatever. So the point is that they need to they're not going the highways. They're going to be following these gullies or whatever, according to him. And there could be flash floods because it's raining, and they could get swept away. If you look at the beginning of not the Passion of Christ, but the Christmas story. The Christmas story, river crossing. Oh no, that's the one that happened in America. I meant the movie. Mary and Joseph crossing the Jordan to Egypt. I think that's what it was. In the movie, there was, I can't remember the name of it. The same people that did the let's just do movies about Jesus' birth. I can't remember the name of the movie. Is it Journey to Bethlehem? Chasing the Star? Joseph and Mary? One of them. But anyway, they use the same imagery. Satanic imagery from Passion of Christ. Snake. They used the same imagery from the Passions of Christ when they're crossing the water, when the snake is trying to bite the child. Okay, yeah, Mary crossing water, snake trying to bite child. Y'all have I don't want to see that. I'm not focusing on the snake, guys. Jesus Christmas story. Do y'all know the name of the movie? I can't remember the name of it. But anyway, you'll see when they're fleeing the water that they crossing, you know, and that's always comes to my mind whenever I'm thinking about this part right here. Anyway, pray don't happen on the Sabbath day because, travel. And so this is where Satan goes through his campaign to annihilate all Jews. 2/3 will perish, but 1/3 will survive. Now, Fruitenbaum's view that the time is cut short means a period of persecution will not be allowed to continue 1 second beyond its allotted time element. So he's talking about the rise of false messiahs, the rise of more false prophets will be given, satanic power for signs and wonders to deceive many. Therefore, don't come out of hiding and expose yourself to danger. And then the statement where the vultures are, where the eagles are, that's the idea. And so he's talking about Basra, where they're going to go, better known by Petra, which y'all probably already know this. Indiana Jones. Right here. This is where he found the ark, if I remember right. Yeah, so here it is right here. And the last crusade. That's Petra. That's where Israel's going to go during the tribulation. Okay. And we know this from Isaiah 34, 1 and 7. So if we go to draw near, O nations, to hear and listen, O peoples. Let the earth and all that contain hear the word, the world and all that springs for it. For the Lord's indignation is against all the nations, his wrath against all the armies, and he has utterly destroyed them. He's given them the slaughter. So their slain will be thrown out, and their corpses will be given off stench, and the mountains will be drenched with their blood, and all the hosts of heaven will wear away, and the sky will be rolled up like a scroll. All the hosts will also wither away. A leaf withers from the vine. As a leaf withers from the vine. Interesting. Let's look at some New Testament stuff there. Or as one withers from the fig tree. Okay. I like that one too. For my sword is satiated in heaven. Behold, it shall descend from judgment upon Edom. Right? This is why the Black Hebrew Israelites don't like the Edomites. And upon the people whom I had devoted to destruction. There's the word destruction. So it can be physical death. The sword of the Lord is filled with blood. It is satiated with fat, the blood of lambs and goats, with the fatted kidneys of rams. For the Lord has a sacrifice in Basra. Okay. And a great slaughter in the land of Edom. All right. So it's talking about that. Now, Isaiah 63, 1 and 6. Who is this who comes from Edom, with garments of glowing colors from Basra? The one who is majestic in his apparel, marching in the greatness of his strength. It is I who speak in righteousness, mighty to save. Why is your apparel red, and your garments like the one who treads in the winepress? I have trodden the wine trough alone, and from the peoples there was no man with me. I also trod them in my anger, and trampled them in my wrath. And their lifeblood is sprinkled on my garments, and I stained all my raiments. Right? We all know all this imagery, right? Okay, so that's Basra. So when Jesus Christ comes back, he's actually going there first, rather than the Mount of Olives. And then Micah 2, 12 through 13. I will surely assemble all of you, Jacob. I will surely gather the remnant of Israel. I will put them together like sheep in the fold, like a flock in the midst of its pasture, and they will be noisy with men. So this is the sheep pen imagery that's being used there. And think about how this relates to like John 10 and other passages like that. And 13 also. Breaker goes before them, break out through the gates. And then Habakkuk 3:3. God comes from Teman, and the Holy One from Mount Paran. All right, so they're saying those are all related to the Edom Basra thing. Okay, the second coming. There's 4 things to know here. Right after the tribulation, there's going to be a total blacking out. Now, what's interesting, he says something I've never heard before. He claims that there's going to be 5 blackouts in the last day. Okay? Well, in his footstep of the Messiah thing, he does mention a blackout. Blackout 1, other pre-tribulation events. So let's find out what the first blackout is in his view. During the end time period, including the last days of the church age, as well as the tribulation. So he's saying the last days of the church age, so that makes it sound like it can happen in the church age. As well as the tribulation, the scripture speaks of 5 blackouts that will occur. A blackout. Now, this is the significance of this, guys. Kathy, I'm free grace. I don't really get in. I used to hold to predestination election like Charles Ryrie did, but I pretty much believe elections for service in the Bible. I don't think the Bible teaches what the Calvinists teach. I think more exegetically it refers to marking out beforehand God's plan for individuals in terms of service. And I would recommend Sean Lazar's book, Chosen to Serve. But it's a good question. And regardless if you disagree with me, you're welcome here. All right. A blackout means the light of the... So here's the point. Okay, guys, this is just something to think about. And I know there's only 5 people listening right now, but somebody watching this later on. I wonder about what this implications will have on the post-trib pre-wrath argument. Because essentially what they do is they go to the place where the sun becomes black and they make other arguments. Well, if there's 5 blackouts, and I don't even know where they are yet, I haven't even evaluated them yet, then it's possible that may explain some of those issues. But anyway, a blackout means the light of the sun, moon, and stars is suddenly blackened out, so the earth is not receiving any light from the sources and is in total darkness. It will be similar to the blackout of Egypt, which took place during one of the 10 plagues, as described in Exodus 10. And we remember that one, the thick darkness. Another example of such a blackout happened during the crucifixion. Okay, we know that one. The first of these 5 blackouts is clearly prophesied to occur before the tribulation. Is that the passage about the darkness and gloom? Let's see. The sun shall be turned to darkness and the moon into blood before the great and terrible day of Jehovah comes. Okay, so this is interesting because I'm not saying he's right, but his logic is he's not just talking about the great tribulation. He's talking about the entire tribulation. So he's reading this and he's thinking that there's going to be a blackout before the tribulation even begins. So that could happen after the rapture, but before the tribulation begins, because they're not there. There could be a period of time in between them, or it could happen within the church age. I don't know what he's saying here. Let's see. Again, the term Day of Jehovah is used, which is always a name for the tribulation. Okay, I don't know if that's true or not. I'll have to evaluate that claim. The first blackout is to take place beforehand. So at some point, the tribulation, one of these worldwide blackouts will occur. Well, now I want to see where the other blackout is. All right. Blackout of the sun and the moon, meteor shower. As has been stated in chapter 5, other pre-tribulational events, the Bible speaks of 5 blackouts during the end times. This is the second blackout. Okay, so what second blackout are we talking about here? Revelation 6. So this is a different blackout according to him. Anarchy ensures that men begin to flee from the wrath of God rather than to turn to the faith. This passage shows that with the fifth seal, even unbelievers recognize they're experiencing the wrath of God. Okay, so that's the second blackout. Let's see where the third one is. When the abyss is opened by the fallen angel, the third blackout occurs. And for the third time, there's a total cessation of light from the sun reaching the earth. The sun and air were darkened by reason of smoke of the pit. Okay. All right. Another cataclysmic event that will take place at this time is the fifth worldwide blackout described in Matthew 24:29. This is interesting because if this is correct, post-trib pre-wrath just assumes all the blackouts are the same. So I would have to evaluate this. I'm going to have to make a chart of that in the future. Okay, that's for a future study. But I had never heard that before. There will be 5 blackouts in the last days. One will come before the tribulation starts. The second, third, and fourth will be during the tribulation. And this one is immediately after the tribulation. Okay, so the one in this passage he's saying is after the tribulation. Okay. 2, it will cause perplexity on the earth and there will be anarchy and confusion. 3, the Shekinah glory light will shine forth. And 4 will come the second coming of the Messiah in Matthew 24:30. He then says in 9 that there's a regathering of Israel. Led to the regathering of Israel is elect. 3 different ways. He's saying that elect is being used 3 different ways. I don't necessarily hold that view, but okay. All of us who are believers, Israel is the elect nation, and elect angels. I think it's the other one. But he says that this is a paraphrase quote of Isaiah 27:12-13. So let's go to that real quick. Isaiah 27. Did I say 12? In the day of the Lord will start his threshing from the flowing stream of the Euphrates to the brook of Ephraim, and you will be gathered up one by one, O sons of Israel. It will come about also in that day that a great trumpet will be blown, and those who were perishing in the land of Assyria and who were scattered in the land of Egypt will come and worship the Lord in the holy mountain at Jerusalem. So this is a gathering of Israel right here. Okay, that's what he's talking about. Now Mark, so he's saying that there's a paraphrase quoted. I don't know if he means Matthew's quoting the paraphrase, but he says Mark is actually quoted from Deuteronomy 34 and 5. So let's go to Deuteronomy 30. If your outcasts are at the ends of the earth, from there the Lord your God will gather you, and from there he will bring you back. The Lord your God will bring you into the land which your fathers possessed, and you shall possess it, and he will prosper you, multiply you more than your fathers. All right. So both living Israel and resurrected Israel will be able to enjoy the land. So he thinks the gathering of the elect includes not only living Israel, but actually dead. So it's like a resurrection thing going on here. I haven't thought that through. 10, the exhortation. So this is in Luke 21:28. Exhortation found in Luke's redemption draws nigh. So this relates to the destruction of Jerusalem in AD 70. which meant that once AD 70 occurred, and that was the end of the generation because of the unpardonable sin. Any generation that will accept Jesus will see him returning. Okay? So the generation is limited to those that committed the unpardonable sin, and then the faithful generation that sees these things in the tribulation will accept him in his returning. So in that sense, the return of Christ has been imminent ever since AD 70. The parable of the fig tree. He says, he makes this joke here. He says, if you really want the rapture to come soon, don't set any dates for it. Because he says that he thinks God, this is a joke, but he says he thinks God just changes the date when people try to set a date. Because no one knows the date or hour. So if you guess the date, well, it's not going to be on that date. Anyway. He says the date setting people device make two mistakes. They assume here that the symbol of Israel, right, the fig tree, but it says in all the trees. So it's not a reference to the Israel being a fig tree. They also assume the word generation means 40 years. So they'll say from 1948, right? And then plus 40 years. And then that's why people were saying Jesus is going to come back in 1988 or something like that. But here's the thing. Generation in Genesis 15 means 100 years. So the idea behind the word generation, it's not a period of time. It's basically saying your contemporaries versus my contemporaries. So it's like when we say you boomers versus the millennials, or the millennials versus Gen Z, or things like that. That's what we're talking about. So then he goes into an application of an illustration. And then he says what the context goes back to is Matthew 24:15. When you see the abomination of desolation. So this is referring to the tribulation generation. Till all these things be accomplished. So this is what he also says they got a problem with is that this is not just a historical context, like what the preterist wants to basically make this about. This is more of a prophetic context. So it's a generation that sees the abomination and desolation mentioned in Daniel. And so, Daniel uses the term 1,260 days, or is that Revelation? I can't remember which one. So he's saying right here, Matthew focuses on the second coming. Luke focuses more on the results of the second coming. The Jewish generation that sees the abomination and desolation, sees the beginning of the final attempt at a Holocaust to wipe out the Jews. 12th point is the rapture. So he thinks the rapture is in Matthew 24. I don't think that, okay? But we'll go through his argument. Matthew 24:36, it uses the word peri-day, which is used for but concerning. Well, in 1 Corinthians, it's used for a change in the topic. So Fruitenbaum's arguing that there's a change in the topic here at 24:36. To the question of when, no one will ever know. So he thinks that whenever he says no one knows a day or hour, he's not talking about the second coming anymore. He's talking about the rapture. Okay? It says the rapture will never ever be a datable event. And he says that the rapture comes when things are quite normal. The eating and drinking stuff. I don't think this is talking about the rapture. Marrying and giving in marriage, eating and drinking, these are everyday normal conditions. Then you have 4, the separation of the believer. I'm not sure what these points were about. I lost track here. 5, supplication to be watchful for the purpose of escaping these things. Means of salvation to stand before the Son of Man. Everybody and all over the earth, that's the means of escaping. Okay? And so he thinks this is about the rapture. I don't. Then he goes into section 13, parable urging watchfulness, readiness, and labor. He gives 5 parables urging 3 things: watchfulness, readiness, and laboring. Now, I'd say probably the first 2 parables are being watchful for the rapture, and the last parables are watchful for the second coming. I don't think so, but okay, let's go with what he's saying. The parable of the porter. The parable of the poor, given by Mark, focuses on being watchful. The parable of the master of the house emphasizes being on readiness. The parable of the faithful serving and the evil servant is the issues on labor and why you're being watchful and ready. Then he mentions the gnashing of teeth, and he says that this is one of the descriptive terms for the lake of fire. Yeah, but weeping is for the lost state and gnashing of teeth is for pain. That's what he's saying. But the term gnashing of teeth can refer to deep regret as well. The parable of the 10 virgins, he says, focuses on the kingdom of heaven. He says to have lamps is a common symbol for the spirit or oil. I don't take this view. He thinks it's about salvation. I don't. But wedding feast, symbol of the Messianic kingdom. Okay. The parable of the talents focuses again on laboring. Outer darkness, according to him, provides torment, that there's going to be an eternal darkness. He basically says that hell will not have light in it. It will be darkness. So he's saying if your loved ones who don't believe the gospel go to hell, and you go to hell also, you'll never see them there because it'll be dark. He says you could use that in an evangelistic tactic and say, well, they're like, well, I'd rather go to hell with my loved ones. He said, well, if you go there, you'll never see them. Like, what do you mean? Well, hell is a place of darkness. That's one assumption. That's assuming outer darkness and hell or the lake of fire are the same thing. I don't assume that. 14, the judgment of the Gentiles. So he's making an application on using the term you from Joel 3, 1 through 3. Okay, so let's go to Joel 3, 1 through 3. For behold, in those days and at that time, when I restore the fortunes of Judah and Jerusalem, I will gather all the nations and bring them down to the valley of Jehoshaphat. And I will enter into judgment with them there on behalf of my people and my inheritance Israel, whom they have scattered among the nations and have divided up my land. They have also cast lots for my people, traded a boy for a harlot, and sold a girl for wine that they may drink. Moreover, okay, so you get the idea, right? Nation that all right. Matthew 25:31, he says, is talking about the second coming. And he says the judgment of the sheep and the goats is a distinction. This is about Gentiles because it says, do this to my brethren. And so you have believer sheep and unbelieving sheep. It's over these sheep Gentiles that we church age saints will co-rule over in the Messianic kingdom. So that's what he's saying there. And he mentions that people are confined and sent to hell. So here's a joke that he tells, and we're almost at the end of this. He tells a joke, and he says, I think he was in Russia or whatever, and or this rabbi was in Russia on a train, and he had some kind of, I can't remember, some kind of food. And he said, why do you have that in your hand? And he's like, because it makes me smarter. And he's like, well, let me eat it, you know, because the Russian asked, why are you Jews so smart? And he said, because this is the food that I eat. And he's like, I'll sell you this food for like 25 rubies or whatever it is they have. And the Russian ate it. And he said, you know, in Russia, I could have got these for like 5 and instead of 25. And the rabbi said, well, that he said, well, that shows you're thinking smarter already. Because the rabbi was taking advantage of him, basically. And then there was another one. He told a story about a rabbi talking to a Russian, and he's basically talking about why he studies Hebrew, and he said so that when I go to heaven, I know the language. And he said, well, what happens if you go to hell? And he said, I already speak Russian. Anyway, I'm not a good joke teller. So that's it of the presentation part. Now we got to go into the reading part, but I need a break. So what I'll do is I'll land the plane here, and then we'll actually read the lectures when I come back. I may even take a nap. I don't know. I got to take my mom to the store, and then we'll see what happens after there. But y'all check out more content, old stuff, new stuff. God bless, guys.